Hello. Oh my goodness, my voice isn't there. Hello everybody, how are we doing? Welcome to another Olimoleague cast. Good to see you guys. We had an Olimoleague on Tuesday and we're gifted enough to get another Olimoleague today. How amazing is that? That does not happen a lot. So yeah, super excited to bring you guys some Olimoleague action today as we work our way through today's games. Yeah, should be a lot of fun. Super excited to bring you guys the action. Some fun matchups as well. We're going to be starting off in the round of 16 with the following matchups: Skillus versus Gumiho, Hero versus Oliveira, and Sound versus Beond. There's a lot of TVPs, but I have sourced out a ZVP in the round afterwards. In the round of 8, it will be Solo versus Trap. That is as much as we could do while staying spoiler-free. So the rest of the round of 8 we'll figure out once the round of 16 games have been casted. Once the round of 8 games have been casted, we will figure out what the semifinals are. And obviously we'll cast both those semifinals and the finals for about 4 to 5 hours of StarCraft 2 action today. That is the plan. That is the going ahead of things. That's going to be what's happening. We're going to get started in a second. Just take a moment to say hello to everyone and wish you all a good day. Hope everyone's been having a great weekend. Super excited today, tomorrow. Some great games, obviously Olimoleague today, and then tomorrow we're going to be starting the WardiTV in November group stages as well, which I think will also be, honestly, a good bit of fun. So, yeah, kind of expecting that to be awesome too. I think we're in for a pretty good time coming up. So, yeah, excited to kind of keep it going and get into some more StarCraft 2 once again here very shortly, as we'll be, I think, pretty much ready to go. Like I say, Skills Gumiho going to be our first match of the day. These are replays. So again, just to reiterate kind of the situation with Olimoleague, is that Olimoleague is currently sponsored by Chiswick, which is the Korean streaming platform. I am here, by the way. I had my OBS minimized while I was sorting out the replays, and no one told me my camera was off. Amazing. Olimoleague is sponsored by Chiswick, which is the new Korean streaming platform or something to that effect. And so we're not allowed to cast live unless we cast on Chiswick, which doesn't really make sense for us. So instead, we cast the replays when the tournament ends. So these games were played earlier on today. If you are capable of not going to look at the results of the tournament, then you will be able to be here and watch this essentially spoiler-free, because this is also me casting this spoiler-free as well. So you guys can just pretend it's happening right now, even if it's late in career. Yada yada, yippity yay. And that will be what happens. So, yeah, it's only really a spoiler if you go out your way and spoil it for yourself. Otherwise, we'll treat this as a live broadcast. Both the games that we, like I said, just played a little bit earlier on today that we're not allowed to cast live. So, with all of that said, done, finished up, let's go and take it into our first little bit of action, shall we? Shall we get this party started, as they say? I do think it'll be a party. I'm actually genuinely looking forward to today. I think it's going to be some good games. Like I say, it is going to be Skillus Gumiho for our first matchup. I'm going to be starting on El Dorado. I think all of our matches for round of 16 will begin on El Dorado, then it will be loser's pick from there. So let's, without further ado, hop on in and cast some SC2. I'm excited to see a little bit of Skillus playing in some of these. He's been playing in events here and there, although not super consistently. So kind of cool to see him showing up in an Olimoleague and obviously taking on one of the bigger Korean threats, but a very beatable Korean threat in Gumiho. Yeah, I think we're set up for a pretty fun series to start the day off. So expecting some fun here. And we'll see what happens between Gumiho and Skillus. El Dorado for the starting map as well. I mean, way to start it up, because this map has definitely been one of the most fun maps that we've had in the map pool so far. So I do think that helps as well. And then you throw Gumiho onto this map, a man who is one of the more creative players in the world of StarCraft 2 as well. And then you could really be kind of talking in terms of what the heck is he going to do on this map, in this matchup. This map that provides so many different expansion opportunities, so many different ways to get set up into the game. And I think we look at El Dorado here and say, this should be pretty interesting with Gumiho on board. Yeah, lots of TVP in this event, guys. Obviously, I think today was an unfortunate day because there's some players playing in a different tournament as well, the Evolution Championship or so. So some of the Zergs are not available that might usually play in this as well. And last week we got to see Dark play as well, but he's not signed up, I believe. So yeah, I think the Zerg numbers are limited in today's Olimoleague, so I think we're going to get a lot of TVPs. Obviously, this is played on the newest version of the PTR/patch as well, so these are with all of the most recent suggested updates for the game, which is expected to come out onto the balance patch hopefully very soon, maybe the start of next week, one can hope. Really doesn't feel like we should have to wait too much longer. As that probe nibbles away, factory going to build, command center onto the natural. SCV producing again, the Adept and the Warp Gate still coming up and online. And just got that Nexus coming through as well as the Marine goes to push towards the front. And getting a look to see if there's anything too exciting happening. There really isn't, to be honest. There really isn't, as you just have the Warp Gate, the Adept, and the Nexus continue to come through, continue to get underway. Twilight Council going to be the choice from Skillus. Obviously, give us a little bit of an idea of what the tech is going to be. And I guess, again, given enough time, 2 more minutes or so, we might start to see where the third base is still going to be. I think that's always very intriguing as well. I think that's always very exciting to figure out. Adept will shade as CV gets pushed about. Again, the Twilight Council finishing here, so we'll see what Skillus goes into an El Dorado. Most likely just a blink opener, though. We do see a Cyclone away from Gumiho, who's playing a little bit blindly, so gets the Cyclone build in order to just be safe against the Stargate play, just in case an Oracle flies in. You'll have a very good defense against it. So just getting that Cyclone up and online. This will not create too much pushing power, of course, with this new. It's so weird this, because the new version of the Cyclone is also the old version of the Cyclone. It's an old version that gets remade. As we just have the global facility on the way up. A couple of gates continue to produce as well, so we bring those in. A couple of Adepts come back. The Blink is still Chrono boosting along. A couple of Marines. Banshee coming up and online on the side of Gumiho. So, look, Banshee's definitely one way to up the ante in terms of harassment and potential to deal damage. You also have the Marines going to come out into the center, take the Watchtower potentially, or just continue across. They can aim for the main base, and that's obviously a pretty good target. Main or natural. I mean, they're actually going to unload on the natural here. Marine's going to get fully unloaded without being seen, and 7 Marines walking in and no battery. I mean, this is dangerous. Even these 2 Adepts can take a lot of damage. They die quickly to this amount of Marines. The real kind of easiest hold against this is when you are able to truly just kind of catch it as they begin to unload. Now the Stalkers are turning back around. They were trying to get across the map to get a good start in this game. But without Blink done, it means it's a long way back, and now even longer for them to get aggressively placed on the other side of the map. Skillus is on 3 gates. He would have liked to have applied a little bit of pressure at the very least with this. I'm kind of surprised that Gumiho is building another Cyclone. 2 Cyclones, being the second Banshee on the way. That is expected. Obviously 2 Banshees, one-shotting probes. They're going to have that cloak, so you're going to have quite a lot of opportunity here to take probes down. Cyclones, Marines holding out on the high ground. The few Stalkers are going to come pressing up as well, so in they go. And the Cyclones are going to get a couple lock-ons. The Stalkers get turned away. A few Marines unloading. They're going to come out next to the Cyclones as well. Going to get to the front. Robo Bay coming up. The Nexus on the way online. And our Observer is also producing too. So we bring that up as these Stalkers do have blinks. They can get away from the lock-ons and get away from the danger currently being posed on them. However, the Banshee in the middle of the map is going to say, no, it's a little bit of a shame. The Banshee to the top side kind of hit the top Stalker instead of continuing on the bottom one, which would have been another kill. So only actually got one of the Stalkers killed off. A minor thing, but now that Stalker regenerates shields, and, well, if it had actually blinked, it would have stayed alive a lot longer. Skill's still struggling to deal with this. He gets the Observer taken down as well. Gumiho continues to just shove down Stalkers. I'm really sad that he built a second cycle, and why was this not a siege tank? I really feel like if he was able to siege up a tank right now and hold a position, he could have done very well. Instead, the Cyclones do fall off as more Stalkers arrive, and we are really just an observer away from dealing with these Banshees as well. There's a siege tank. We're going to have that eat the Disruptor shot as well, so that's going to now easily go down. Oh, the double Stalker actually going down as the tank is being saved. A cute little bit of pickup micro, but it will not last forever. And that is going to be Gumiho chased away. Fully shut down in the end. The Observer available too, so we can go after the Banshees. Fortunate skill as he kind of blinked the wrong way initially, and so the Banshees are going to be able to slide out over to the sides and hide there for the foreseeable future. As we have the Marine Marauder Medevac still all coming through, Stimpack still producing for the moment. Stalkers continue out over to the left-hand side. It's going to have ourselves the Extended Thermal Lance and the charge coming through. The Forge is on the way as well currently from Skillus. The Stalkers get back down to the bottom left as the Bio will clean out a set of rocks. Bio can again continue to fight. The Stalkers will continue to take some damage. We go back and forth a little bit. We are going to have ourselves, obviously, these Stalkers trying to pick their way through this. The Marauders, now be careful about the Disruptor shot. Disruptor doesn't want to hit the Marauders, but the Stalkers there will finish them up. As now the Stalkers, what a weird, we've seen so many weird fights where I feel like, obviously, Gumiho is harassing with the Banshee, so there's stuff going on, and that's why the micro is not perfect, but it is a bit of a weird game, because it does feel like we're almost playing a little bit slow motion from some of the guys. Like, some of the moves are just taking a little while to develop. The fights are happening where you don't really expect them to. Energy overcharge on that battery. This third Banshee of the game is going to get shoved away now. Skillus coming out of this with a worker lead still. 8-9 workers in his favor is a good place to be as a Protoss, so looking fairly comfortable. Another Disruptor shot that will soften up Marauders, allowing the Stalkers to get easy kills. Attack and armor upgrades coming up and online as well. Let's see our Stalkers coming back over. There's our 1-1 upgrades and concussive shells coming out also, so we continue to get that on the way currently. Bring that all up and online. Game actually sells, like I said, it's been kind of some weird moments in this. It's definitely been a little bit of kind of some fights that maybe shouldn't have continued to happen, and some trades that maybe should have been shut down prior to them continuing, but here we are now. Stalkers take a couple of swings at the Bioforce. They do end up blinking back. Gets picked off for us. The Stalkers coming back over, +1 attack on the way. Prism on the way up. More Stalkers get back to the center here. This army will start to press in, as we're going to be seeing a Zealot leading the charge. Bit of mine doesn't go off. We'll have to blink away from that one, which we do effectively. Skillus with a decent army in the middle. 2 Colossus that are not currently really being answered. He does spot the army of Gumiho moving down to the bottom as well, so identifying that begins to put himself in position to deal with this as the medevacs will load up. And 2 full medevacs units head into the main base. Big drop from those units as they go straight across. Still building the Widow Mines, which, I mean, we're building mines against a Colossus-based composition. Disruptors too. I'm not sure how much those mines are going to find. It's not like a gateway-heavy army is will make it into this main base. This attack from Gumiho looking decent to start off with. Skillus gets across here pretty quickly, loses a couple of probes only. And 1 medevac already down. The second medevac will get away to the corner. Yeah, I was going to say, should be able to fly a bit further away and not be reachable. Dive into the natural. Disruptor spawns is going to die instantly. Probably should have turned the other way. Definitely shouldn't have stopped their fire. I was almost inviting Gumiho to pay attention to it and to take notice of where exactly the Disruptor was. Another triple drop into the main base. Gumiho keeping up the pressure, continuing to apply the multi-prong and just trying to rip his opponent apart a little bit wherever possible. To the left-hand side, the missile turret will go down. Right, taking some damage. 10 probes are falling again, +2 attack and +1 armor still coming up as well. The Stalkers, the Colossus continue to fight. Bio into the main base. And Bio in the top right, we're entering full-on base trade mode. Stalkers get rid of the orbital. The SCV still going down. The Zealots getting rid of a few SCVs as well as the Bio will get rid of the Nexus. The Nexus will fall in the main base. Twilight Council still taking damage. The Stalker's still stepping up. A little bit more Bio continuing to get together. This is looking good for Skillers in terms of he is getting on top of the production now. That said, I guess Gumiho's already shut down a lot of the production. +2 attack is actually maybe going to finish from Skillers, which is going to power up his units a little bit further. We'll get this orbital. Has had the upper right bases available during this as well. Continue to chase. And the rest of these structures continue to go down. The Stalker's just blinking underneath. We're going to drop a Nexus down on the far left-hand side. So Nexus on the way up. The pylon in production. The Bio will get there to get rid of a couple of these assimilators. Bio will get rid of the pylon. Make that 2 pylons here. So we get rid of both of those. That is going to be Skillus. Depowered completely. He is building another Nexus. There is an orbital in the top left available for Gumiho. So this base trade is coming down to some final structures. He has not an orbital, sorry. It's a planetary fortress in the top left. I mean, Gumiho's going to find this Nexus, but like I said, Skillers has the base on the left side. He's actually going to start up a Dark Shrine. Like, quite a bit of gas available. Twilight left alive, so you can start a Dark Shrine. Obviously, that's huge in a game where there's no detection available anymore from the Terran player. So, yeah, the DTs would be a game ender as this planetary fortress goes down. Gumiho cannot afford an expansion. The SCVs cannot return minerals anyway. He does not have enough money for the command center. So he could build a missile turret. There is an engineering bay. He could build a missile turret with his 1 SCV and then camp, basically, is what it comes down to. Gumiho being revealed. As he's going to start making a play, I think he knows he needs to get onto this army because of the Nexus. So he's going to start making that move quickly. I do not hate that at all. That's the correct play, right? Get across here ASAP and try and make this happen. The Skillers surely doesn't have power to a gateway. No, they're all depowered. No probe in sight on that side of the map. So he is going to need a gateway built here to truly be able to take advantage of the Dark Shrine. I don't think... I mean, I guess the Dark Shrine may die before we actually get the gateways powered. I mean, Gumiho going to dive in now. This is the moment as the Colossus can micro in the Prism as well. That's going to be almost impossible for Gumiho to deal with. The micro of the Prism will keep the Colossus alive for so very long. The couple of Marauders that are going to remain here are going to have a tough time. We do need to unload the Stalkers from the Prism to get the Colossus back inside. As the Marauders drop, the Colossus lays the Marines, and Gumiho's final attempt is not good enough. Skillus had 1 probe left. I mean, he did go to power the pylons. The gateways on the other side. He should have been able to warp in 1 DT. I don't think Gumiho had any flying structures left either, so the DT might have been able to win before Skillus lost everything. I guess Skillus was supply blocked though, so maybe it doesn't matter. So, I guess if he lost more units, he would have been unsupply blocked, so maybe it actually would have been fine. Alright, GG's. That was a pretty fun way to start the day, wasn't it? We'll take a quick, cheeky little base trade. Start things off in all the fun kind of ways. And our opening match of today's, Olimoleague coverage. Loser's map pick, and the loser's map will be picked as ley lines. So Gumiho chooses ley lines for map number 2. We'll head into that in a moment, and just give it a couple of moments here, guys. A few seconds, and we'll get this underway. Alrighty, we'll have a couple of moments here, guys. Like I said, just let some ads play for a second. I'll start up ley lines for map number 2. Starting off in the top right corner, down a game is going to be our red Terran player. This is Gumiho. In the bottom left, our blue Protoss, we have Skillus. Skillus going to open aggressively, pylon across the map. So already seeing Skillus getting into a position here where he can try and take advantage. Probe gets up into the upper right side again. There is the second gateway already dropped, so you will see Skillus getting the pressure going early here. He will apply damage from the start is the idea of this. Once we get this underway, we have the SCV pulling back over. SCV here going to go chase the probe for a few moments, try and get some action there. SCV chasing, nibbling at that probe. Cybercore's over halfway done. The Zealot's still coming through. The gateway about to finish. Are we watching the first series of the day? Yep, we just got started one map ago. Starting with the Skillus versus Gumiho, we're then going to do Hero versus Oliveira and Zound versus Beond in the round of 16. And the round of 8, we know we're going to be doing Solo versus Trap. That's not a spoiler. None of the guys were in that series are ones we're casting in the round of 16. So yes, we're going to go those 4 matches to start us off and then straight into the semifinals and finals. So 6 best of 3s and a best of 5 is what we cover today. So we'll see how we go. The last couple of Olimoleagues already, we've had some pretty lengthy streams. We've obviously picked up quite a lot of games, and the nice thing about doing this from the replays is we really can just be like, oh, we can look for all of the cool matchups in each round and cover pretty much all of them as long as we have the replays, which we have the replays of all but a couple of series, basically, as this first Stalker is maybe going to regret its choices. It gets away! The Marauder is still a big deal, though. Having that against future Stalkers will help a lot. As we are going to see the CC having to cancel, though, so Gumiho already going to give up on the low ground a little bit. Get to the high ground. I mean, he's building the bunker high ground, so we'll be able to defend there very easily. I'm just going to be having a couple of depths in the Stalker. Continue to fire away. The Wooden Mine coming up. The Marauder's going to fire. Adept takes some damage. Push back again. Warp Gate still coming through. Twilight Council in production. Just going to see the couple of Stalkers going to ping away again. The people taking some damage. Fire up some shots. Our Medevac and Widow Mine continue to come through as well. So again, all of that up and underway for the moment here. That's just going to cancel up. We are going to be seeing the Reaper going to get turned around. Blink is on the way up as well, so we got that going. Couple of barracks. Continue to produce. At the end, I feel like Skillus, obviously, got the CC cancel. It didn't become a very chaotic opener, which I feel like sometimes you want as a Protoss in this scenario. Medevac will come across. Let's see, one wouldn't mind, two wouldn't minds burrowing. They're gonna shoot. Now we got 3 workers, and both wouldn't minds get out alive. That's the main thing. They may be low HP, but still, wouldn't minds alive are still a threat. Still something you have to be ready for, thinking about. If nothing else, definitely a mental threat, right? As like, you know, they could still fly back in, so you got to be ready to respond and attack them at the very least. A little bit of bio gonna fire it up. As we do have the orbital gonna move back to the natural. So we get that put into position. Stimpack and +1 on the way. The extra marines are still coming in as well. Blink is about to finish. The robo facility completing. As the Wouldn't Mind drop coming back through. I love where he drops as well. Out of reach of that adept. Gets 3 workers on that one. The other Wouldn't Mind is the one that's a little bit lower on HP. So we'll see if we can also get damage done with that. Just gathering. There is the probes actually dealing with the Wouldn't Mind in the main. Plus, if he's moved down, just going to be seeing a stamina +1. Running up for a couple of moments. Medevac is going to get back up to the top as well. And Stalkers are still poking to the front here from Skillus. He's got a Robo Bay on the way, additional gates, and that charge upgrade too, so definitely looking to the future. Bio tanks coming out down the low ground. A probe transfers over to the 3rd base here. Slow back into the Medevac. Stalker's going to be able to kill that. It's a nice catch from Skillus. One Stalker goes down. Second Stalker has to blink away. Again, +1 armor and combat shield continue to come across as we do see. And yeah, with combat shield, this obviously powers up a lot. The Marines get a bit more HP. The tank's already looking to be in position, but the Zealots and having charge is definitely a big factor that we got coming up shortly. These Stalkers stepping forward again, going to get blasted. We do kill a pylon. Another scan coming in. Step back a little bit. Bio units continue to gather together. I mean, he has more units on the top side. Gumiho's position definitely powering up. Let's see what these Zealots can do. One Stalker from the bottom side absolutely does absorb some of the tank shots. We get rid of the tanks very quickly. The Colossus doing great, reaching the Marines multiple times over. And the Colossus will live through this as well. Oh, what a fight from Skillus. What a fight from Skillus. He gets it just like that. GG. And Skillus takes game number 2 of this best of 3. So Skillus gets himself the 2-0. Wow, I'm kind of impressed by how convincing the fight was. Hasn't really kicked in. Like, that was like a game-winning kind of fight from Skillus. But like, I mean, it really was, right? Like, he got rid of the tanks effectively and quickly. That's definitely one of the things you're looking to do. He did a fantastic job. There's no doubt about what he achieved there. Just couldn't believe it happened. Yeah, that's crazy. All right, I mean, just kind of impressed by how convincing the fight was. Skillus able to do very well. I mean, I thought at the very least Colossus might die. The Zealots may struggle to be in enough numbers, but not the case at all. We're going to continue with some round of 16 action here, guys. We're going to head into we're going to head into the next matchup between Hero and Oliveira in a moment. However, it would be a shame to obviously go through the day without bringing back the beautiful on-screen bracket brought to you by MS Paint. We took some feedback from last week that everyone said, oh, the white is too much, it's way too bright, Wardy, can't look at this. Well, here you go, we have a beautiful blue background here today for our bracket, our spoiler-free bracket. I mean, honestly, I don't know how we've not found a sponsor to whack in the corner of the bracket just yet. This is the highlight of the show recently in the Olimoleague. But these are the matches that we've got going on. When we actually do get to the round of 8, I will be able to actually check what the round of 8 matches are without spoiling the other matches down here. So I will do that, and then we can actually fully see what the round of 8 is. From there, we'll roughly know what the round of 4 becomes in the finals. That's what's going on. That is what's going on. So we're going to be going... Actually, we're not going to go zone... I put them the wrong way around. Zeon Beond should be at the bottom, but we're going to go Hero Oliveira next. Then we're going to go Zeon versus Beond. So that's the order of things coming up here, guys. So we'll get into that in a couple of moments. We'll be starting on El Dorado, just as the previous series. Obviously, El Dorado is the opening map for each of these. So we'll be getting into that in a few moments. You love the paint? Yeah, well, I'd love to show you guys the bracket properly, but obviously it's just completely filled with spoilers because it was played earlier today, so this is our easiest solution to that one. What's up, Don Hozzy? Thank you so much. Love the continued SE2 support. Hell yeah, thank you so much for the 8-month resub on the Prime. Super appreciate it. Without you, we would not be here. Whacking out StarCraft stream after StarCraft stream after StarCraft stream. So yeah, if you want to help us out, do the usual thing, support the channel. It really does help. I don't say it out of greed. I say it out of genuine want to run more StarCraft. Let's go into Hero Oliveira. Let's get this started up. So starting up on El Dorado for Hero vs Oliveira. This one was the cause of a little bit of drama last time. Let's jump in, as we have in the bottom left-hand side, our red Terran player. This is Oliveira entering this best of 3. Like I say, last week this series ended with a couple of bangs. So we'll see what it has to give us today, as we have in the bottom right. Hero, a blue Protoss player, entering game number 1 of the best of 3. So we get this started up, we see what is going to happen. Another game, already a probe across the map. Actually nibbling an SCV, Nelly getting the kill on that SCV, just about pulling away. This one is not on the PTR, no, this is on the PTR. This is new patch. Pretty much everything we cast is new patch, apart from WardiTV Mondays, because of a sponsor thing. This one is new patch. As will WardiTV November. Tomorrow that will be new patch as well. Very exciting. Orbital coming up, Marine Cybercore, Zealot on the way through, Probe on the Natural is going to drop down a Nexus as well, it's just going to drop that into place. The Orbital Command coming up from Oliveira, and that Marine continuing across, going to nibble at that Probe as well. Okay, the Adept coming through, the Zealot across. Making its way over that far left-hand side again. The Nexus halfway done. The Assimilator still building. Adept continuing in production with the Warp Gate coming up too. Try to watch this live on Chiswick, but the stream was so laggy. I think that's the problem. It's still not ideal for the non-Korean audience, which is We are here to try and give you guys the Olimoleague coverage without it being on Chiswick again. Shout out to Olimoleague. They didn't have to obviously send us the replays and let us do this. But they want you guys to be able to see the games as well, so it's a good compromise if you ask me. As the Zealot and Adept going to get here from Hero. This is not pretty for Oliveira. He's going to lose the SCV building the command center. He's lost 2 SCVs total. A few SCVs pulled off the line to help with this as well, and it didn't really help. And this is bad. The Marine went down too, so we are just going to be waiting for this Hellion to spawn. Adept will shade back, so it's going to be not in trouble basically, but yeah, this is a very painful opening. Definitely not the way you want to be starting off your game. Disaster abound here in this opening map of Oliveira Hero, and it's definitely going all the way in Hero's favor at the moment as a couple of Adepts come through. Marine will go down. Another Marine going to get shot at. Zealot and Adept continue to get going. I mean, this is just crazy damage. Widowmine is going to go onto the Zealot. No, the Adept goes to cuddle the Zealot. They want to go down together. That's cute and all, but it's not effective for the battle plan, as this Adept will die to an SCV as well. And don't get me wrong, that other Adept was low. It may not have survived a long time, but a little bit more damage output. You never know the difference that could make. A couple more SCVs maybe going down. We will finally get our command center continue to build here as the SCV can come to the low ground. The factory going to relocate to try and build a tech lab. I actually don't think it can build a tech lab here. I think the starport's blocking it. Yeah, the starport was in the way of the factory building a tech lab. That's funny. So even that part of this, I mean, everything's basically going wrong right now for Oliveira. He's lost the SCV on the low ground again, so the command center is still not built up. We have 4 minutes and 15 in this game, and this orbital on the natural is only just now going to be able to morph into an orbital. As there it is, starting to morph at 420. It's Hero who is hashtag blazing it, as that Widowmine drop ain't going nowhere. Stalker's out the front. Prism on the way, so Hero can just continue to apply pressure. He's only on 2 gates, but he is building a third, and with the way that he's been able to open, it's been fantastic so far. With the Prism Micro, he can effectively avoid some of these Widowmine shots as well, although he might just clear them out because of the Observer as well, because that's another benefit of the Robo. I mean, this is going to be very tough. 5 Stalkers versus a group of Marines. Well, the group of Marines just do not bode well here. We're actually going to lose the Observer. That is nice, but like I said, I don't think it actually saves you, because we can just lift up the Stalker into the Prism to avoid that Widowmine shot. He doesn't. He just warps in a couple of depths. There is a tank on the ramp at least. But once more, we are not going to own our natural for the moment. Marines step up. Adepts are going to shade into the main base, where a few more SCVs will continue to go down. Stalker's trying to peel around the edges. The Adepts continue to shade around a little bit as well. Stalker's going to go after that Raven. A few more Adepts warping in. The Order Turret is not going to last very long. This is an issue, man. I mean, one of the main things that was saving you here was the Siege Tank, but the Siege Tank having to relocate. It's not exactly brilliant. We are losing the Stalkers at least, but the Adepts have done serious damage. Shading down the low ground, SCVs pull away from there, and Oliveira, it's been nothing but getting bullied all game long. He has just been bullied and bullied and bullied, and not surprised at all to see GG being called, because he was in an absolutely terrible position. This was one of those games that got away from you and really never got back on track, unfortunately. So that will be that, and we are going to go into a game 2 with Hero on the 1-0 lead after a very successfully aggressive opening. I'm going to go to Snowpiercer so far. Map number 2. And we will just jump straight into that. Nice quick first game. Means we don't have to run the ads or anything, so we can just go. And cover a second game. So it is going to be Hero Oliveira, game number 2. And down in the bottom left, getting bullied out of that first game by all of that Protoss aggression. This is our red Terran player, Oliveira. Top right, our blue Protoss up a game is Hero. Next coming through, probe coming about, SCV coming over. Probe Nebula and SCV taking damage. As the gateway continue to come up, Probe still producing. Again, the barracks and the SCV coming in, as well as the SCV needs to play the chasing game. Snowpiercer here. This map probably one of the less popular maps. No surprise to see a Terran picking it, I think, because the third base, both the third bases are kind of pains to get to. Additional bases from there, difficult to get to. Terran, who kind of takes the map and can control the map with the bio-army patrolling around, really can benefit from rough to defend bases. So, I can understand the choice here of Oliveira to take Snowpiercer as his map pick. Factory will produce, so we get that started up. So factory is going to give us some options here as well. We get that underway. We do have, obviously, the sentry going to come in to give Hero some options scouting-wise. Get the sentry out, get the hallucination started as well. Sentry building. Again, the probe coming down to the low ground. Gateway 1, Gateway 2. Both going to drop into place. Couple of Reapers on the way up also. So that is why Oliveira's taking us. A couple of Reapers to harass with in the early stages. After playing 3 Marines, now got the reactor, now going Reapers. Kinda hellion. Wow, what an interesting way to play. The 3 Marines before anything else. Hallucination will see the starboard buildings. That's a good scout. Obviously, seeing the timing of that starboard tells you exactly what's up. And he sees the Reapers too, and the Hellions. So this hallucination sees everything. Marines on the way across. So 3 Marines, 2 Reapers, and a Hellion pushing at the front. This is a walled off natural. Fully walled as well. That allows you to send the Stalker and the Adept to the Reaper jump up spot. And this looks to be a very safe positional defense from Hero so far. Don't think we're going to do much as Oliveira. And we can jump in over here. Like I say, a Stalker and Adept combined will get 1 kill very easy. Reaper number 2 will run, but anyway, we might actually get a probe out of this. We will get a probe out of this, so that's a win. That Reaper is walled in. Bad pathing, honestly, from the Stalker, but it doesn't matter because the probes pull across to help. The probes getting a catch is a big deal. This dish coming over, racks dropping down, bunker coming up, and the Raven coming through as well. As our factory lifts off, relocates, we'll see the bunker about to finish on the low ground. The few Marines can jump into the bunker there. The Hellion coming back across. Couple extra barracks still just coming through, the refinery coming in. Honestly, Hallucination's done a great job throughout this game. Hero utilizing that energy overcharge, it allows you to obviously keep the sentry powered up with energy so you can get a few more hallucinations, more consistent scouting off of just a singular sentry. It's a pretty big thing for Protoss players. Knowing what you're over against is a lot of the time half of the battle. Adept leads the Stalkers to the bottom left-hand side. Hero gain a 1-0 lead in this best of 3. Really was lucky to scrape the series victory for himself last week, or last Olimoleague. It was only on Tuesday, usually they're weekly. As the Adept comes about, charge coming up, +1 attack coming through. Stalker's going to jump onto the siege tank there. The bunker is going to get jumped on as well. Good force field. Can block the SCVs out. We will get the bunker, so Hero decent start, getting some damage on the Raven as well. And charging +1 coming about. We do see the Stalkers gathering up. And Stim Combat +1 all coming through. Marine Marauder Medevac still producing. Stalker's going to shoot in as our couple of Marines will chase. Again, we get the Marauders coming by. 6 additional gateways coming up at the moment. Again, the charge and +1 both coming through. The medevac will go boosting 2 Marauders and a handful of Marines, making their way across. The Stalkers will again come back through and just hit the rocks for a second or so. Hey, what's up, Lambo with the raid? Welcome, everybody. We're just at the start of covering some Olimoleague today. Hope you're all feeling great. These games were played earlier on today. This is our live replay cast. You're not allowed to cast live on Twitch with the Olimoleague because it's currently sponsored by Chiswick, so we are here doing a live replay cast. These games, like I say, played just a handful of hours ago. As our Valiants take a few shots, Stalkers blink away. Ghost Academy still coming through. The additional barracks, +1 attack and concussive shells. Producing also as our bio will come chasing upwards. Stalkers are going to go full retreat mode here. We're going to turn. We do get a Marauder. We're going to find some Marines. Medevac loads up, and the rest of the bio get, rest of the Stalkers get back towards what is a gateway heavy force. And this is gateway heavy. 9 gates, a Robo and a Twilight, but nothing really else in play. Robo base starts up right now. Biomine Medevac up to the top. The Stalker's Zealot back down the bottom. A couple SCVs may go down here as well as our Guardian Shield will pop up. SCVs will pull into this. 7 workers going down. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. People's also taking quite a lot of damage, so a few more shots on those. I'm just going to turn around and just get rid of another couple of depots. Probes across the map taking damage as well. Widowmine's going off. Zealots and Probes still trying to fight. Bio Army trying to fight back as well. Actually going to recall here as Hero. Come back and deal with this. Auto turrets in the main base also going huge against a battery that's out of energy. 27 dead probes, 17 SCVs. We are chasing these medevacs, but only one of them taking damage is empty. And Hero will come straight back across the map. Recall to help push this back, but wants to get aggressive again, or at least hold the position here. Ghost Academy up and Ghost building, but is be careful not to overbuild Ghost. I mean, Ghost are always going to be good against a Protoss army, but you build too many in a moment like this where, you know, your opponent's building Colossus, you need to not over-tech on Ghost, essentially. It can definitely go badly for you if you kind of take a step too far, kind of off from what you need. Like I say, Ghosts are good, but Vikings would be very important in this sort of stage of the game as well, so definitely a couple different options to watch for. These Zealots come through to the front, but not sure they'll ever find anything of too much use. Like I say, that Raven has been a big factor. 10 kills from the Raven alone has definitely been a big hindrance to the economy of Hero. As Oliveira drops down his own 3rd base, looking to utilize that as he goes above the 2-base saturation and look to take an economic lead in this game, you know. He has equal workers to the Protoss while also having the advantage of mules, so it does bode well for the Terrans so far. Here, Zealots that have been as aggressive as they can be, really holding position out on the map, chilling out and hanging around over there. Marine gonna fire. The Zealots have to pull away a little bit. Going back for now. Papa Mitch. Always great to see your name. Thank you so much for the tier 2 resub. 113 months, coming up to 10 years. StarCraft 2 support here on WardiTV. Thank you so much, mate, as always. Good to see you. Hope you're doing great. Marauders and Liberators are producing through from Oliveira as the disruptive production has started from Hero. If I'm Oliveira and I see disruptors after last week against Hero, I am not feeling it, you know? I am not feeling it because that was a disaster for Oliveira. As, apparently we're already going to get rid of a bunch of these SCVs, so aggressive Zealots over here doing well. The rest of this army figuring out where it wants to be, going to find a 3rd base undefended because everything's up in the main or out on the map, and Hero just kills 18 SCVs, doesn't really lose much in return, and is now actually, you know, firing at that base as well. We're going to see a couple force fields coming down. If you chase into this, you are going to see a defensive disruptor fly, but that's going to be dodged away from Liberator Siege, and they are going to help as we do have the Bioforce continue to chase. A couple Stalkers trying to help out as well. Hero's going to get kind of cornered in. I don't hate it though. Good force fields once more. Having a few of those still available is massive. He's got a massive anti-armor missile on this army as well, so it is kind of hurting. It's not really a fight you want to take, but he kind of got forced into it as he got backed into the corner. Like I say, it was some great force fields to help out. In the end, the Colossus will drop, but He kept those alive a very long time, especially during the, like I say, anti-armor missile. Another disruptor shot will chase them. Marauder at low HP, it will fall. The Liberator goes down too. Enough Stalkers to take that out. And Hero will successfully break through Oliveira for a quick and easy 2-0 here, quite simply. There was nothing really stopping, Hero at all in this series. There was just no resistance made from Oliveira. He just could not handle the pressure in multiple places and the damage being done. And that is going to be Hero taking the 2-0. So Hero gets through to a round of 8, just as Skillus did. Thank you, by the way, Twixter, coming in for the 6-month resub on that Prime as well. If you're on Twitch and you want to support the stream for free, and you have a Prime sub, do check if it's available. Subscribe with your Prime, can go a long way. Help us get back towards 800 subs, it would be amazing. So check if your Prime is available today. If you're watching on YouTube, you wonder how you can help? Super easy. Get to that like button. I'm on my way right now. You guys have got about 5 seconds to like the video before I call you out for how many likes there are. You know it's not fun when I call you guys out, YouTube. Whoa. My short got 2,000 likes. I already know that. I've been watching for the last, like, 2 days. That short's going crazy. That Clem versus Max Pack short now has, like, 133,000 views on YouTube. I think it's officially my most viewed video on YouTube ever. That's crazy. Alright, let's see how many likes we got on YouTube. We've got 34 likes! Guys, we have 250 people in here. If you're on YouTube, scroll down. It takes 2 seconds. Hit that like button. It helps out a big amount. I just liked it myself. I'm helping you guys help as well. I will do my part for the team. Let's get that like number up a little bit as we take a few moments here to wait on this next series. It's going to be Zampion. We'll give it about 30 seconds or so for some ads to start, and we can go from there. Everyone's getting dunked on in this tourney. Not a good start, right? Skillus, Hero, both getting solid wins. Maybe today is the day of Protoss. I do know Clem is in this event. I don't know if we'll get to see him. Presuming he doesn't lose, we will see Clem. Obviously, if he does lose, we'll let you know what the upset was. But yeah, my expectation is that we'll see Clem at some point as well, so I'm sure there'll be some Protoss resistance on the day. As we'll, yeah. We'll have this best of 3, and then we'll move into the round of 8 match. And once we finish with the round of 16 as well, we will also, yeah, once we're finished with the round of 16, we will also just fully check what the round of 8 is, so we can see what the matches are, even if we're only going to cover 1 or 2 of them. It's what the bracket is being like for us so far. Skillus and Hero getting 2-0s. Zound versus Beond coming up next. Oh, top quality graphic. Yeah, we don't mess around here. Do not mess around in these parts. Beautiful, isn't it? Kind of exciting. So after the days of Olimoleague, so every time we play in Olimoleague, you get points, and there will be a monthly finals as well, which I guess will be kind of set after the day 2, I would guess. Yeah, I guess we'll have a little look at that and see who the monthly finalists shall be. Do 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 do. Alright, let's get into Beond vs. Zan. I'm just killing a little bit of time, guys. Like I say, let some ads play out. We make some money. Use that to run more StarCraft tournaments. You guys know the drill. But yeah, let's go. Oh no, It's that time of the week where Zaun plays, and he's called Classic on the PTR. I hate this part of the week. The sooner we get off the PTR, just so we can get away from his Classic being called, Zaun being called Classic. Honestly. Hang on. Let me do some, oh no, I can't do that. Hang on, guys. I'm just trying to... Yeah. Yeah, maybe, what if we actually just make it his name in black? And then we put that over the Classic. Oh, that's so ugly. It's so ugly, but it will do. All right. In the bottom left-hand side, our Blue Pros player is indeed Zaun. As in the bottom right-hand side, our red Terran player is Beond, as we kick off into game number 1 of this best of 3. So yeah, the story is that for whatever reason, Zaun thought it was funny, or just thought it would be a good meme, to name himself Classic when he first opened the PTR. And then we got, we're on the PTR for a few weeks. You can't change your name. People are actually running tournaments on this thing. You want to play in those tournaments. It's then kind of awkward that you're called Classic. But you can't name change. Honestly, at this point, if I was Zaun, I would have just made another account and just gone onto the PTR with that and actually named myself Zaun. I don't know why people never do this when they have like, StarCraft 2 accounts are free to get nowadays. You can play multiplayer StarCraft 2 for free. Like, have an account if for some reason your name's wrong on a server, have an account with your correct name. You would just think that would be something we do at this day and age of StarCraft 2, at this part in StarCraft's lifespan, that we would have figured this one out. Yeah. So yeah, anyways, that's the story between Zaun having the in-game name of Classic, but it is Zaun, I promise you. Just trying to find the easiest solution to cover it up that I can. So yeah, that's the thing, as we do have our Twilight Council coming into play here. The last couple times we've seen Zaun in Olimoleague has been some really good matches, I believe. He beat Clem in one of these things. He was extremely good against Beond as well a couple of times. He's had some just fantastic series. And he's also had, Beond has also had some great series against Zaun too. Beond has, I think, come out on top. He lost to Zaun one time. I think he beat Zaun last week. See how today goes. Being the day of Protoss so far, so maybe that has something to say, but yeah, TLDR is I think Zaun keeps giving us very entertaining PVTs. It does seem to be the matchup he is most comfortable in so far. It's the matchup he seems to have the most consistent success in, so let's continue to see how that goes. As the few Marines come after the hallucination, they will chase that around for just a few moments. Hallucination pushed around over to the sides. Let me take a few moments to set up and get underway and see where we're going to go. Blink continuing through. I have our medevac coming around the bottom side of the map currently as well. See, the Stalker's going to get there. Sentry is going to be there as well. A couple Marines going down as we do push this back. Clean up from Zaun. Pretty good defense initially. As the Marines do still unload them, we will go elsewhere. Marines actually going to get chased away. A couple Stalkers continuing to move for the moment. Medevac coming back over again. Blink coming up. Nexus on the way. Back still boosting around. Forge coming up. Again, a couple forges on the way through. Immortal coming in. Gonna have ourselves the Stalkers coming over. Raven will come through. And 1-1 upgrades coming through. The charge coming up. Immortal is about to finish. The sentry continues across as well. A couple of medevacs, marines, and marauders. Stim and +1, all continuing through. We got a lot of those upgrades on the way as the few Stalkers going to go across the map, so Zaun is going to go and pressure to the other side a little bit. Sorry, I just read this. Just move the text over Zaun's units as they play. Yeah, I should have like a permanent, like, you know, everything should have Zaun above its head. But it should be, you're right, it should be me in charge of it, so it just looks absolutely ridiculous. That would be a good time for sure. Is our bio. Gonna come back over to that left-hand side for a couple of moments. So we get that on the move. And a couple of bio units coming about. Medevac and Marines in the top left-hand corner hanging around. +1 attack and concussor shells coming through. Marine Marauder. SCVs coming in. The Armory and Barracks all coming up. The Engineering Bay coming through too. Our army continues to gather on that right-hand side here from Beond as 1-1 upgrades continuing in. Our Mortal and High Templars coming up. And those couple of HDs are going to finish. Again, 1-1 upgrades still coming through and online. High Templars will get a cheeky little feedback on the Raven. And still got the 1-1 upgrades coming through from Classic. Not from Classic, from Zaun, sorry. Obviously on my screen it still says Classic right there, so sometimes my brain defaults to just reading the name. That's just, it is funny how much you notice that you kind of default back to and like autopilot on while casting when something is different to what it should be, and you realize, oh no, I actually have to activate my brain on that factor. 2 upgrades are coming through. The +2, +1 from Beond, as we do have his combat shield also producing. Yeah, that Ghost Academy on the way as well. So a lot of good stuff on the way from Beond, whose supply is really fantastic so far here on El Dorado. Observer overhead is going to see this army continue to come to the far left-hand side. So we do get moving. And we are going to have ourselves this bio stimming it up. It's going to come straight through. A couple of units already begin to go down. A couple of Widow Mines are trying to set up. First tank shot is good as well. Beond in a good aggressive position here to start out with. And we'll see those tanks on step forward. He can pull back into the Widow Mines as well. It's going to come through. A couple of Zealots will go down. The army still moving across. And the Force Fields go down again. Not going to have those Archons. It will be kind of beefy in the front though. And Zaun will use those in a good way, using the Archons to stay alive here. Combat shield about to finish, +1 armor coming up. Continue through with that at the moment. Bio in the center, still got the +2/+2 coming around. 2/2 on the way from Beond as well. Just going to jump across, 3 probes going down. Medevac's going to load up. Marines will get killed off in the corners. They will fall as well. 2/2 coming about. Rotor Mines, Marines, and Marauders producing. The Sensor Tower about to come online as well. Command center also on the way in as our Robo Bay. Zealots all coming through. The units in the main base continue to settle down. Another CC trying to get in place as well. The rest of the bio coming across. Zealots will get chased away. So all of those Zealots continue to get picked apart. I mean, not bad though. 5 SCVs going down. Zaun getting some damage done. Forces Beond to pay attention back at home as well, which in itself is a pretty big deal, right? That alone is, you know, a major plus in the right direction as the 3-3 upgrades start up now from Zaun. So we get those upgrades going. The 3-2 also coming up currently. Bring all of that online. Io gathers. Archons, Immortals, Zealots joining up. Just going to be seeing the 2-3-3 continuing through. Couple of VMPs go down. Widowmine's going to line up again. Couple of Zealots going to get smashed. But the disruptor shot from the bottom side going to hit a Marauder and a Widowmine. Stalker's going to blink through a little bit. Couple of Ghosts taking damage as we go. I mean, this is actually a good fight from Zaun. There's a lot of these units now low HP from Beond. The Medevac's low on energy. Stalker's going to continue to hunt those Medevacs. Good Widowmines will help to turn this back in the other direction. Azella will also fall. The Disruptor coming through, just going to keep the Marine Marauder at bay. And this is going to be the top left base dying too, though. So Beond does get a base out of this. Classic moves around. 3-3 upgrades. Disruptors coming through. We get all of that on the go. Through attack building from Beond. Again, Marine Marauder Medevac coming through. The additional barracks are on the way as well. That Nexus will cancel. The bio gets there. Pylon will go down. Zealot, Stalker, Immortal still pushing to the right-hand side. That Planetary Fortress going to take some hits. Bio will step up. Press the bio in this base over here is going to go for a bunch more probes. 23, 24 workers going down. After all of this, we're going to turn it into something of a base trade, but I mean, Beond is already steps ahead on the base trade. Love the defense as well at home. Anything he can do to buy time and take out some units on the way. That wall off alone is just holding. We're going to recall home from Zaun, which is a disaster to recall home so late here is the problem, right? To recall home this late is going to just cost you big time. I mean, he's going to clean up, but he's already losing the third. He's lost the natural, and then Beond sits on 3 bases, so this is just a not fair situation. That is completely favored to Beond right now in this game. Number 1 looking good for him as he will take the lead in this best of 3. The Disruptor shot will fire. The Medevacs load up again. A +3 armor upgrade on the way from Beond. Ghost coming through. I will just step forward again. A couple of Stalkers, the Sentry there. A couple of Vikings will take damage as well. Another Disruptor shot coming in one more time. This army continues to hunt as our bio pulls back. Stalkers blink. We continue to chase. I mean, Zaun has to go. At the end of the day, he has to go and put some damage done. Stalker just going to hit the racks. Disruptor shot hits a Marauder. Now the Depot's taking damage there as well. They don't take a lot of damage off those Disruptors. That's wild. Anyway, at the end of the day, it just feels very difficult for Zaun to truly push in. Trains, Ghosts, +3 armor, continue to come about. Stalkers will get the orbital in the top right-hand corner as well. Going to turn back around onto this barracks. Stalkers hitting the back racks as well. Just going to see our Nexus out in the front. 2 more Ghosts on the way through, +3 armor as well. GG's called, and Beond will take game 1 of this best of 3. Beond getting themselves the victory here. A 1-0 lead. And pretty solid start all around, I would say. As Zaun puts himself... Zaun just in general was in kind of a rough spot kind of early. Never really got any better. GG. GG's. Alright, let's keep the games a-rolling here, guys. Keep the action coming. Alright, let's go into game number 2. So Leyline's going to be our next map. So once again, this is going to be the loser's map pick. This is hence going to be Zaun's map. Choosing this here. Leylines has been pretty popular, and I think a map that's definitely impressing a lot across the board. As we do have in the top right side of the map to start off this game number 2, the red Protoss player is Zaun. Takes on in the bottom left the blue Terran player Beond. We will see what the plan is between these two on Leylines for game 2 of our best of 3. And Beond find it 2-0. Will Zaun bounce back? So many questions. So many questions. Hello, Ellie. Ellie's arrived to join us as a co-caster. Hello. You like to co-cast some TVP with me, Ellie? Alright, go on. I'll put you on camera at the very least. Okay, you just stay there for 1 second. Stay. Stay. Ellie cam! Kaboom. Hello, everyone. More important than the TVOP opening in the engineering bay block. What would you rather watch? 3 probes trying to fight an SCV engineering bay blocking? Or a beautiful puppy that has a very wet mouth, because I really hope you just had a drink. Really hope that's water and not just pure drool. Okay? 4 probes are going to kill the engineering bay behind Ellie's face. There you go. We get back just in time for the important part. How about that? Next is in the Cybercore building. Reaper in the orbital coming up as well. We get that underway. It continues over to the upper right hand side. Factory coming through. Refinery building reactor coming up as well. Reaper Stalker going to go back and forth. The warp gate coming through as well. Twilight Council producing. Stopper coming up, Twilight Council and the Sentry and the warp gate coming through. Blue Station coming to Bow Gateway, continuing across again. Medevac Marines and the Hellion continuing to get into place for a little while. Just gonna see the blink coming through. A couple gates in the robo facility coming up. A few more SCVs are coming about as well. Hellions will be here with the Medevac and Marines, so this is going to be Beond's opportunity to try and get in for some damage. Stalker's sentry coming back around. Medevac will get chased a little bit. Probers jump into the assimilator. Medevac up to the top. Again, the Hellions positioned. And Raven will continue through. Racks in the engineering bay coming up. A couple more SCVs coming around. Siege tank. Marines coming in as well. Robo base still in production as the Reaper will get taken out. The Stalkers get there. The Nexus goes down. On the top side, the Medevac has the Hellions still poised, but not enough damage really done early from Beond. This does not really go anywhere at all. I mean, one Reaper lost. The rest of the units don't achieve much. I mean, still has the Raven, still has the potential to maybe do something, just time is ticking, and the further we go, the better this gets. Brings the tank pulling back, the Robo Bay producing. Again, charge a couple Stalkers, and the Immortal continue to come around for now. Just gonna have ourselves a unit starting to press on out. Stim and +1 on the way. Excuse me, guys, sorry. A little cough. As we do have, again, Stimpack Combat Shield +1 all coming up for a few moments. Is this live or a replay? This is a live cast of a replay. This was played earlier today and was not broadcast anywhere on Twitch. So we're trying to make this a live show for people that could not watch on the platform that it was originally streamed on. So yeah, it is a replay. So we're trying to make it a live version. So, no spoilers or anything in the chat or anything. Marines are going to shoot. Tanks are firing. Fire units coming forward as we are going to be hitting the Nexus nice and easily. Going to be seeing a couple Hellions coming back the other way. And we are going to be seeing the Stalkers continue to trade out. Auto turret going down. The Immortals gonna get forward. Immortal will die. Stalkers are still gonna be there. Charge coming through. Stalkers will get rid of the Hellion. Will get rid of those Marines. Again, combat shield about to finish. +1 attack. Because of shells on the way through, Stalkers will blink on forward for the moment as well. Stalkers will get the Ravens. That Raven will die. And the Stalkers get their CC taking some damage. SCV goes down. Command Center gets cancelled. So Zaun getting some really good damage on the counterattack here. Able to succeed in a big way. That's a big plus. So Stalkers coming over. Again, extended thermal lens coming through. Bosses and gates building up. Probes in production. The additional gates coming online as well. Whilst this building, there's going to be seen a couple Medevacs, Marines, +1 armor, all still building through. Medevac's going to get to the top. Again, Colossus on the way. Nexus coming through, the +1 attack coming in as well. Forge also producing, the Robo facility also coming online as the Medevacs go boosting upward. Turn across the top and aim toward that main base here for the next few moments. Marauders are coming up, the Viking on the way, the couple Widow Mines producing through as well as we're going to drop in the corner, and this pylon will go down. medevac's load, and we're going to boost straight in toward that main. Again, the +1 coming through. The Stalker's in position immediately. This is going to be a medevac shut down. If we try and drop there, that would be a disaster. Oh, we're actually going to get a full medevac. Nice catch. Great catch, actually, from Zaun. Able to get a big pick. Love to see that. There's a fantastic little something right away on that one. Well, Zaun definitely pulling off the defense needed early to not let Beond kind of run away with the game. There's still plenty of opportunities for things to flip and swap a little bit, as to have the Observer going to be in position to actually see this army moving out. It's a great info for Zaun once more, seeing what Beond is up to. This is the Observer, but the idea that this army may be moving out, that alone is pretty decent info right here. Stalkers will sit, a couple of Marines will go down. Stalker's going to take a blink back. Bioforce will back away as well. Dark Shrine coming up, a couple of gates coming through. Couple of disruptor shots is going to come through there. Actually going to see one of these disruptor shots had potential, but the split away from Beond is good to stay out of trouble. Nicely handled. We're going to dive forwards. Colossus in some trouble in the front. First Colossus goes down. Sentry will fall. Bio armies are hunting across the map as we speak. Currently coming across and looking to see what we can do. Juniper, thank you so much for the 15-month resub on the Prime as we take a step to the right. Disruptor shot lands for a Widowmine. Beond trying to force the issue here against Zaun. Command Center will move to the front. Just going to see the Stalkers coming across. The Zealots just going to be leading the charge. Disruptors obviously need to be careful not to hit the Zealots just because they are so close to the front. The Disruptors are firing from quite far back. Keep those shots going. CC is down on that fourth base. The Sensor Tower going to see the move around to the top side, so Beond can position quickly. Unfortunately, the Sensor Tower is... I understand why you want the Sensor Tower here. Smaller range is going to end up getting it killed. But maybe that was... Yeah, I like it here a lot more, exactly, because it gives you the vision of a movement in that direction anyway still, without being engageable from, like, this top side. So I think the secondary position of the... secondary position of the Sensor Tower is very, very good. Much better than the first time around. A little bit more difficult to kill. I guess you can kill it from over here, maybe, though. Yeah, okay, maybe it's still just as bad, just not in this moment. Anyways... Disruptor shot still firing as Zaun forces Beond to take steps back and keep him out of reach. Shadow Strike coming up, +3, +2. Continuing to produce on the other side. Zealots are going to charge forward. Marines are going to be under some heavy fire. So Disruptor heavy. It's dangerous because if you get the jump on these Disruptors and they miss a couple of shots, then this army can fall apart in seconds for Zaun, but... Of course, that's not easily done for the Terran, and there is the risk of the Disruptors landing on the Terran units as well. Goes to Marines going down. Some of the Marauders already clipped to lower HP as well. Take a step back into the center. 2 more Disruptors. Gravitic Boosters on the way. +3, +2. A couple of cannons in production as well. Another Disruptor shot will land for a Viking. And another one. Bottom side, those Widowmines get cleaned out. Zealot falls. Stalker's going to blink through. All the command still taking a whole bunch of damages. Another disruptor shot fires straight in. We'll see the depot going down. The Ghost Academy taking big shots. Disruptors keep on firing. Depots will fall. This base already broken down as now we break our way in on this other side. Battery falls. Disruptor shot going to land pretty nicely. Next disruptor shot is just going to one off. Zoun dealing a pretty good defense at the moment. Well, the offense was good. Obviously, getting rid of a base is a pretty big deal, and not losing a base himself is going to be the outcome here. That is the most important outcome as we try to retreat away with those medevacs. Unfortunately, it was not Stalkers that came in from the south side. It was Disruptors first. And so the two full medevacs are going to stay alive, unload, and maybe get ready for more counter-attacking. We're still super reliant on Disruptors, but there's also a ton of Vikings here that don't have much of a role to play. So interestingly enough, they're going to be some dead supply unless they can land behind the Stalkers and maybe start dealing some damage output. Time to put that bonus damage to Mechanical in play. Good lift up there. Was a good Disruptor dodge with that Marauder lifting out the way there. Love to see that as 10 more Dark Templar on the way up. Command Center finish morphing into a planetary on this forward position. And we do see Bio Unit stepping up as well. Disruptor shot. Fires but does not land. So many DTs working their way around that left side. +3 attack about to be done. +3 armor coming up. The Disruptor shot landing, and it's a Ghost that goes down. Ghost still one shot by this Disruptor, even with the nerf damage. The Marauders that don't get one shot. Planetary Fortress dies to the DTs. We're going to morph in the Archons to buy some time. I don't hate it because we're going to use this as an opportunity. Disruptor shot goes big. Second Disruptor shot. Blows up his own Archon. Not as in love with that one. As you see the Disruptors, I mean, it doesn't really matter. I think Beond's dead, but kind of funny that Disruptor shot had so much potential to land in a massive way and just doesn't happen. Actually blowing up your own Archon instead is definitely one of the choices of all time. Alright guys, we will take a couple of moments, get some ads going. We'll go into a game 3 of this series. Again, how's everybody doing? Thank you so much for joining us. Watching from the Central Americas, love to hear that. Love to see you guys. Welcome, welcome, welcome. As we have Zoun and Beond going to go to game number 3. Oh, and blowing up your own Archons a way to motivate your team. Yeah, is that what it is? The motivation? Love it. Motivate them, guys. You don't deal enough damage, you get disrupted. We got enough disruptors to hit out with the friendly fire. Yeah, that's definitely definitely one way of doing it. Alrighty, guys. Let's get into game number 3. Give that a little couple moments to play. Let's get into game 3. We're going to Ultra Love. Beond's map pick here. Go into. I guess last game in the round of 16. We will not do any more round of 16 after this one. We'll go into a round of 8 matchup after this. As we kick off to the bottom left corner of the map in the blue, our Terran player here is Beond, while in the red, in the upper right, it is going to be Zaun in the red. Who will get to the round of 8 of today's Olimoleague? Find out very soon. Get ready to party. Is this Classic's alter ego? No, this is just Zaun, who named himself Classic on the PTR and then didn't realize he couldn't name change, and then here we are, people running tournaments on the PTR very frequently, and you know, just a funny thing that probably became a lot less funny after he set up a little while. Sabico drops on in. Reactor coming through, command center is producing. The reactor on the way, the refinery building. Marine takes the center, holding the watchtower for a sec. It's been a fun matchup. Obviously, a lot of tendencies to end up in some kind of base ready scenarios. Beond been trying to drop a lot. Based on the first couple of games, I think Zaun really needs to just trying to secure himself against drop play. I think if he can do that, he's going to have a pretty good opportunity to win a third game here against Beond as well. I do think this map's a little bit less good for the drop play. I do think Leyline's it's one of those maps where the drops can be very terrifying, and he did actually do very well there, so I think this might be a tougher game for Beond than what we've seen so far. Starbar coming through, wouldn't mind a few more Marines coming up as well. Wouldn't mind still producing as our Stargate builds up from Classic, so we get that on the way. Again, that Warp Gate continuing along as well. The Medevac will start up, the Wouldn't Mind will produce, a few more Marines are coming through as well. Factory. There's going to get the tech lamp on the way, the medevac coming through. There's going to be seeing a couple of gates. And the Phoenix producing, so that Stargate opener. A very different way to open, and obviously he will be very good against a Widowmine drop. That should be a pretty free shutdown to start things off, if nothing else here. Mines are going to drop. The Phoenix out of position, unfortunately. That's kind of sad because, again, when you're playing the Phoenix, you don't really expect to be kind of taking much damage off of these Widow Mines, and that's actually good retargeting there as well. We will retarget a couple more times. Eventually, we will get these probes back to mine, but yeah, nicely done. It's going to come in, hit the Cyclone. It's going to see the Marines come over. Cyclone actually gets another lock on, so a bit of pushing coming in from Beond. Trying to get up to the top side of the map. I'm trying to get over there. Again, the Twilight Council and the Robo Bay continue to produce on in here on the side of Zaun currently. So the attack is coming online. Stalker's going to hit the Marines. Cyclone going to come in, but that's going to get lifted. However, the Phoenix are low. We're going to lose one. I was going to say we should lose 2 Phoenix here. Gets the Sentry as well. It's a cleanup of the Terran army, but we took some valuable losses from Classic side. From Zaun side. Sorry, that's not going to... Yeah. It's not going to be easy for me to fix still, apparently. Still going to get caught on that, even in Game 3 of this at this point. Charge coming up, extended thermal lance on the way, +1, and the combat shield from Beond as we do see Zaun going to be in position immediately, though the Phoenix, I know what I like it. I said at the start of this game that, you know, I feel like he has to shut down the drops and he'll have a good time here. I mean, he's losing the Phoenix a little bit too much for my liking, but it's definitely helped him to shut down the drops. So you're definitely taking away one of the main things that Beond's been looking to play with so far. Once again, +1 combat shield coming through, the couple Vikings are coming up, Ghost Academy in production as well, finishing soon. Obviously, Ghost massive against those Phoenix, knock the energy and the shields off in one blow. Like I say, the biggest issue I'd say for Zaun is that the Phoenix have just kept going down. He's only got 4 on the map. He could have had 7. I think he's lost 3, right? Yeah, so he's lost 3 Phoenix. So he could have had 7 Phoenix in this game. That's actually a very good number. 4 Phoenix feels so measly. It's like the damage isn't there in the skies. If you lift anything up, it's probably not going to die. I mean, they can still be good, they can still be useful. I'm just much less of a fan instead of just having so many more. Bio, the Vikings, continue to step up for a second. A single Marine comes out to the right side. We'll be moving over toward a watchtower. It's in the thermal lens. Colossus coming in. The Zealot is going to swipe on the Marine for a little bit. And the Bio gets there to chase the Zealot back as well. Will the upcoming Home Story Cup be on the patch? Yes, absolutely. There's no way that they're going to not play on the PTR. There's 0 chance. I will just go ahead and say there is 0 chance that Home Story Cup is not played on the most recent changes. I would expect it to be on the live server by then, the patch, but if it isn't, there's no way they don't just play with... They won't use PTR server, they will just play with a mod. And they'll just get the maps uploaded properly on the European server so that we can just play the new maps as well, I imagine. But there is 0 chance Home Story Cup is going to play on an old version of the game. It's just not going to happen. Home Story Cup has no reason to do that. Do I know when Home Story Cup is on? Yeah, Home Story Cup is 2 weekends from now. 2 weeks today will be the 2nd day of Home Story Cup. And Wikipedia says patch 5.0.13. I mean, until they make an announcement, Wikipedia probably just list the current live version of the game. I promise you there is no world Home Story Cup does not run on the most up-to-date version of the PTR notes or patch. I promise you that. I refuse to believe it. I full-on refuse to believe it. Because you're only going to lose people's interest by playing on essentially a version of the game that's not going to stick. So, yeah. Couple of Disruptors going to get chased up as Beond makes a move. Disruptor shot is hit a few Marauders, soften them up. That's the kind of Disruptor shot that is affected by the current update. And like I say, I don't mind this. I feel like clipping a few Marauders but not being able to take a fight, I don't feel like it's terrible that a few Marauders don't die in that scenario. I don't think that's such a massive nerf to Protoss. In this case, they get the Marauders because the second Disruptor shot lands, and now we're going to get even more! As those Disruptors keep on flying through. Those other disruptor shots absolutely ripping this Terran army to shreds. Some free damage there for Zaun. As we do have another disruptor shot going to land, and Beond just cannot dodge a disruptor at the moment. More shots coming about. 2-2 upgrades still on the way in. Marine Marauder producing Widow Mines in production. The Planetary Fortress coming about. Again, Tech Labs and the Reactor continue to come online as well currently. Another shot coming about. Again, just dodging around this kind of central blue orb on the map as disruptors just keep on being deadly. That's another good connection from the disruptor side of things. Beond struggling to take a fight here that's beneficial to him at all. Wouldn't hate to see Beond maybe take some reinforcements to the top side of the map at this point. I think continuing to fight over here is not really doing anything for him. Another disruptor shot tries to fire. The Stalker's going to go up to the top. The Archon's there as well. Phoenix still taking damage as they try and move through. The Vikings will shoot down those Phoenix. A couple of them will fall. Another disruptor shot fires, but that will not land either. 2 upgrades coming about. +1 ship weapons is on the way. There's another disruptor shot going to fly straight in toward the Marauders there. We step back, we step in. The Stalker's still chasing. Vikings will go down. Another Colossus falls. Vikings continuing to drop. There's another good disruptor shot. And again, it's just forcing Beond to kind of give up units. So, I mean, he's just messing up some of the defense, I suppose, in a way, as another disruptor shot flies up the ramp. 2 upgrades coming through. +1 ship weapons is building. Ghosts, Marines, and Marauders all coming about. Another Widow Mine trying to land on those Zealots, but not quite getting there. Fire still coming around. There's going to be another good disruptor shot. My goodness, can they stop? Apparently not. Man, the disruptors have just been incredible. I feel like I've said nothing but disruptor this and disruptor that for the entirety of this game. I mean, Gun's not really done anything. He's been pushed back by this army. I actually think he can push this army back. The problem that this army is going to land on for Zaun is that it is very disruptor focused, which means it does at some point lose a little bit of pushing power, especially as Beond hits 2 upgrades. I mean, he can trade nicely now with the rest of the gateway units, so there's definitely something to watch on there. Stalkers will trade the disruptor fires. Around the corner we go. This disruptor shot or 2 coming in as well. Sun's Tower takes another hit. Just go bang, 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 apparently. These hits just do not stop flying. Widow Mines come back through. We do scan over the right side. Our Stalker's going to take a step up. A couple SCVs go down. Another disruptor shot. Bio lifts back into the sky in the medevacs. We blink forward. We get a medevac as well. What a convincing game from Zaun. I mean, he's just been absolutely all over Beond. Been absolutely non-stop all over him. Couple of EMPs there, and the Zealot Stalker are going to get hit. The disruptors are still hunting, and they're going to get some more ghosts. Oh my goodness, the disruptors! Somebody please make them stop. It's just absolutely endless. Jeez. 194 to 130 supply. Zaun is going to bully his way up this ramp and put a stop to this game, I think, right here and now. I mean, honestly, it feels like we've honestly just watched a string of disruptor shots fire for like 8 minutes straight. Some of these disruptors getting a little bit caught in the front now. We go down to only having 4 available. That's the moment where this army becomes a little bit more vulnerable, but the damage is already done in my eyes. The army supply is still good for Zaun. The worker count is very good for Zaun. He will figure out where to go with his forces. He actually added a couple of Immortals into play. Now a Colossus as well. Beond will say GG, and I think he's correct to do just that, as we do have Classic taking the 2-1. Sorry, Zaun taking the 2-1 victory. God damn it, I just cannot get that out of my head. Zaun is officially banned from my tournaments until he fixes this. Like, go. There's no way you don't have another account to play on. Go get your other account. Log into the PCR, name it Zaun, then play the tournament, please. And breathe. Alright guys, that is a 2-1. Zaun eliminates Beond in the early rounds. Beond not having good runs in these Olimoleagues. Let me tell you guys then what the round of 8 looks like. I will figure these out, position the screen so I don't get spoiled, and I will tell you guys what the round of 8 looks like, which is something like this. So in the top of the round of 8, there is going to be Goblin taking on Clem. Exciting matchup. Next round of 8 match down is Quanta taking on Hero. The next matchup down from that is Solo, which is the match we're going to cast actually, which is going to be Solo taking on Trap. And below that is going to be Skillus versus Zaun apparently. So that's where Zaun moves into, and Skillus. So yeah, obviously we watched their games, we watched Heroes games. That's how all of that lines up. I think we're just going to cast the Solo versus Trap series, and then we'll cast both of the round of 4 matchups as well, guys. So, yeah, we'll cast this round of 8 Solo versus Trap, and then we'll go into the semifinals, and we'll know what both of those semifinals will look like. So that's what the quarterfinals look like. That's the order they are in on the bracket. Run some ads, and then we'll jump into this next match. What stops casual people from taking the usernames of pros in their clan tags? Excuse me, I mean, you can't. I mean, nothing. If you want to just name yourself Maru, you can be called Maru. There's no individuality to names. If you have the name Maru, then other people can also be called Maru. You can have like 17 Marus on the same server, you know? What race is Quanta? He's a Terran. He's going to be a heavy underdog against Hero. Probably goes without saying, but yeah, he will be an underdog for sure. Like I say, I think we'll just cast the Trap Solo round of 8, and then move into the semis. We've already been live a couple of hours. Do a round of 8, maybe 2.5 hours deep on the stream. Got 2 semis and a final left to cast. Seems like a decent length of stream to me. And the last couple of Olimoleagues, I've honestly picked off like one series too many, and we've gone like a little bit over kind of how long I was probably intending to spend on these broadcasts, but nothing wrong with that. Yeah, nothing wrong with that. Just yeah. Today we're not going to go quite as long. I don't think there's. I think if there was another match I'd cast, it'd probably be the PvP, but then I think the PvP is a little bit less exciting to me anyways. PvP is fun, but yeah. Alrighty, guys, we'll take a couple moments. In fact, I think we're good to go. We've already waited long enough. Perfect. Let's jump into more action, Trap vs. So if you guys are enjoying the games today, do consider following, liking, subscribe, and all the rest. Hey, not in, but thank you for the 100 bits as well. Sorry I missed those at the time. Thank you for. I appreciate you answering my question. Absolutely no worries. That's the whole point of being here. I can answer your questions, you know. And you know, I do an okay job at casting the games, but I do an even better job at reading chat and answering questions, I think. Top right blue Zerg is going to be the beautiful Solar. Might be one of the only Zergs we see. I mean, he's the only Zerg in the round of 8, unless I'm forgetting one from that bracket we just wrote out. As on the bottom left, our red Protoss player here is Trap. Yeah, it was 237. Thank you so much for the gifted sub. Gonna go out to AeroXSC2. Thank you so much for the generosity of gift now to sub in the channel. Do appreciate it again. We are working our way back towards currently 800 subs. So if you are enjoying the stream, the games, and the casting, do consider subbing it up and helping us out there. We are, yeah, we're gonna have our WardiTV event resuming tomorrow. Stargate coming up. Next is coming through. We got this PvZ on the way. It's an interesting matchup because I feel like while Trap has been very good since his return, the one matchup he struggled in is a little bit PvZ, but especially PV Solar. Trap Solar has not been a good matchup for Trap. I don't know if he's actually beaten Solar since he returned from the military. I just, something about this series continues to go the way of Solar every single time that they meet. Let me just recap for you guys. So the last times they met, Solar 3-0 Trap in the WardiTV PTR #1 event playoffs, 3-0. Solar 4-2, Solar 2-0. Trap beat Solar 2-1 in the WardiTV Mondays, but then lost 0-2, 0-2, 1-2, 0-2. So that is a grand total of, what, 1 win, 7 losses since his return from the military. So Trap is not good in this specific matchup versus Solar. So that is something to look at here and think on, because I would say Trap's very good right now, but Solar definitely has a little edge against this opponent in particular. We'll see if that's something that Trap can overcome today as we work our way through this. DBZ starts off with a couple drone kills. The Adept's still around. It's a lot of lost mine time on the drones. The fact they are still running is kind of wild as well. The Queen coming up. A couple Queens coming through. The additional drones coming about as well. Gateway, Warp Gate, couple of extra probes, all producing as the Oracle gets down to the bottom left. Yes, we are going to recall. Hatchery builds, Twilight Council comes through, Nexus in production. Again, a couple of probes continue to come about as the Lings will come across. Probe will take a few more nibbles. Lings will get chased once more. Nexus, Twilight Council, a couple more gateways. All of that continues into play for the moment. As we keep on bringing that up, the couple of Adepts and the Oracle hanging around overhead. Again, Gates, Nexus, and the Resonating Glaives in production currently. As you do have Resonating Glaives, the choice from Trap to really try and make something happen in this game then. So going to play that Glaives. Try and get aggressive as the Adepts go shading toward the upper right-hand side of the map. Couple of Queens and a handful of drones coming out from Solar. Additional Lings and Overlords producing through as well. Again, the Oracle and Adept's going to step up. That group team are going to go down immediately. Drones die. I'm going to make it a 4th. The only issue I have with this is we're going to lose some Adepts before Glaives is done. To me, I feel like every Adept is so much more valuable once Glaives kicks in. Adepts continue to fire. The Lings are still going to look for a wraparound. The Queens will be there. The Lings help. Again, 5 drones go down. The Resonating Glaives, probes, and Robo Facility coming online as well. Just going to be seeing that battery also producing through for the moment. 8 more drones in the Rotron, producing for now. As our Oracle steps into this third base, going to get a couple more drones there as well. A little bit more damage being dealt once more. Damage continues again. Land, Evo Chamber, drones continue to come about. Depths gets the mineral line, will not shade, and so we will just stick for a few drone kills here as the Lings show up. They're going to take some hits as well. Roach is in production, but not out yet is going to be an issue as Depths try and step away. A couple of them very low, but I think they're going to escape. Nice to be able to keep the full gang alive. Depths will fire, Queens will take shots. There's a little transfusion coming back around, the Lings coming back over as well. Queens firing, Adepts taking hits again. Shade back across into the natural there. Roach will be taking some more hits. Peko Eta, thank you so much for the 4-month resub on the Prime. As a couple of drones go down, we do have our Adepts actually going to shade up in the main base again. This is just taking a very long time to clean out. The Roaches continue to try and chase. Full work is going down so far. Roach speed, Roaches, Lings, all of that continuing in. The drones still producing additional gates. Immortal and Blink producing through as well as the Roaches will go and get rid of an Adept. There's a hallucination popping out, and we will see traps in that hallucinated Phoenix across the map as well, so away we go. Still got that Blink finishing, extra gates coming through. Hallucination, gonna take a few more shots and just have ourselves the army coming up into the center still. Continue to make a move. Again, +1 melee, Roach speed both coming online. The Bane Nest and additional Lings coming about also. Temple Archives and Forge building on the side of Trap as a couple of pylons continue through. The Ling Roach going to be there as our Stalker Sentry. Immortal still steps up. A couple of force fields go down. Going to trap the Roaches in. We do see one Adept falling. Things continue to chase through for the moment. Again, the Immortals and Stalkers gathering up. The Hatch are going to get jumped on once more. And the Lings still trying to step through. The Roaches and Ravagers trying to push forward as well. So you're seeing the additional Adepts coming back over. Just going to be seeing the units going to step forward as well. Going to be seeing the match going down. Trap on a really good push at the moment. Talking all about how he struggled in this matchup. I mean, honestly, the Adepts controlled this game for way too long. I don't think Solar really was able to properly get control of those. Again, the Ling Roach, Queen, Ravager still pushing. And I mean, just getting rid of the 4th base alone puts Trap in a good spot in this game currently here on ley lines. He will warp in. He will hold position on this side of the map. Does he really want to keep pushing, or is he happy with what he's done? I'd say you should be happy with what you've done. Storm starts, charge starts. Yeah, I think you just back away and let this develop for a little while. As that Nexus continues on through. So Nexus continuing up, +1 and Blink on the way in. Depths will fire a couple more of those drones taking shots, so a bit more damage being done. I love that Trap can just stay here with the Prism as well. This really does look very good for Trap, which is exciting for me. Because I feel like Trap is the one that's meant to struggle in this series. It's a little of an upset if he does win it. Even if he just takes a game, I think that makes the overall series more exciting. But also, I will just go ahead and I think and say that I also think that this is... Well, I guess it's not exciting for the bracket if our only Zerg gets knocked out. I guess that part is not super exciting. The Solar's still stuck at 67 workers, trying to be operational on this forward base now, having a long distance mine while it still builds. A couple of Adepts in the main base, going to get a few more drones as well, and it's this continuation that continues to be such a problem. Continues to get so much done so far. Again, +2 attack coming up, the Immortal Archon coming in. Stalker a step forward, so Ravager is going to go down, the Ling Roach Ravager still continuing across. One Immortal gets hit, the rest of the Lings continue to chase through. We just kite backwards a little bit. Corrosive Vials are going to drop into place as well. So it's all going to go and jump onto the hatchery. Storm on the front, as you do see the Banes, the Roaches, and the Lings coming through. The plus 2 melee upgrade coming about. As we'll swipe through a few more Lings. The rest of the Lings taking damage as well. We continue to press forward. Storm's available, going to help a lot against the Ravagers. It's another nice Storm. Ravagers taking hits again. Banes on the other side will connect through, but it's just not going to matter. And Solar from Team Falcons is going to drop out at game number 1. And Trap is going to take the opening map of this best of 3 series. Trap gets the opening game. I'm going to dive into game number 2. We're actually just going to go straight into it as well. I don't think we need a delay for anything. I think we can squeeze this in before we get to ads. In the bottom left-hand side, our blue Zerg player is going to be Solar, taking on the red Protoss. Taking the first game in the top right. It is Trap. Next Chrono Boosting Gateway coming up. Answering a couple drones on the way in as I probe on the bottom side. Patching the gas coming in. Just going to be seeing the gateway coming up. Probe coming through. Assimilator also coming by. Patch gas pool coming through. As we got ourselves the probe just scouting. Pulling around here for a little bit early. Get this underway. Nexus Cybercore coming in, the Adept in production. We're following a drone. There's not much going on until we see some tech choice being made. There's no warp gate started, so it should be a Stargate. And there it is in the production tab right now. So Stargate on the way up. We'll watch the Adepts come out and go across the map and see if they can maybe try and harass a little bit. First Adept pops. Shades. Second Adept starts. Not be too surprising to see some Oracle play here. Obviously very standard for the matchup and has definitely been very standard in the PvZ. Thrown a Hostum recently and he seems to think that 2 Oracles is becoming the way to go. 2 Oracles, so you have a good amount to harass with, you know, a good amount to deal damage with as well. But you don't really need the 3rd one to play defense because you have enough energy nowadays, so he seems to think 2 Oracles is maybe the future. We'll see what Trap thinks in this one. Couple Lings and the Queen are going to be firing. Drone's going to become a Spore Caller. And the Oracle coming through the Stalker building. That is going to be Oracle number 1. And like I say, we'll see how many we go to. 2nd Oracle starts. So it's not going to be 1 Oracle into tech, which has definitely had its time in the kind of popularity, or the spotlight, I should say. It's had its time in the spotlight in this PTR as well. The one Oracle tech builds were definitely fairly popular when the PTR started. That ability to have one Oracle with a lot of energy and then just tech very quickly from there was pretty powerful, but Zerg's definitely got pretty good at defending that pretty quickly. Stalker, I'm going to come through. Overlord will take some shots. The Oracle at number 2 is out, and like I say, is it going to be the 2 or is it going to be the 3? It is going to be 3. I mean, there's still a benefit, I think, to building 3. Like, having energy enough on 2 still doesn't change the fact that with 3, you can have 1 at home and 2 on the map, right? So I think 3 Oracles is always going to still be a decent amount of Oracles to have, right? So yeah, I think 3 Oracles is still always going to be like a decent number. It's just you can get away with 2 a lot more easily, and that does build up and speed up other parts of your game so much more quickly. That can definitely still be a bonus. The Lings are going to get in. There's only a handful of them, and the Adepts will do what they can to clean some up, but maybe a probe or 2, obviously getting straight in. Sees a 3rd Oracle in production tab. Well, not on the production tab, but on the Stargate as well, so you just get good scouting from this as well as Solar picking up info as we go. Oracle comes back down. Come on, Stalkers, just get warped in. Oracles will take a couple more shots. Again, lair building up. The drone's producing. The evolution chamber over halfway through there as well. 1 Oracle goes down immediately. And +1 and blink starting from traps. Just seen a pretty standard follow-up from all of this. Solar will just drone. And obviously out into his lair tech. See if he does anything super exciting here. Stalkers, and Adeptus is going to pull back again. +1 and blink coming through for a couple of moments. Things will fire up a few moves. We do have roaches, +1 missiles, and roach speed all coming around as well. Battery coming online, robot facility finishing shortly. Again, got our cannon coming through. The Ling's going to look for that Stalker right now as it does pull back, it does get to the others. The Ling's turned back over the right side. The Roach Ravager still coming by as well. +1 missiles and roach speed building up. We're going to knock down these rocks already, so Trap's just going to reduce one of the access points from the Zerg. Sometimes you can kind of put those low and then maybe use them to trap a Zerg mid-fight or so. Could be cool, you know, oftentimes a cool move. Obviously, the Stalker's about to have blink, so it is time for them to start their pressure. And there's a lot of units here. I don't think Solar should be in too much trouble. He's only on 66 workers, so Solar's been making units. Getting Overlord speed. Are we just going to send this full-on Roach Ravager Ling Queen drop? If we are, it's going to be a little bit late on the Queen drop aspect of it. All the other upgrades are pretty much, I guess, +1 missiles isn't ready to go, but I don't see what else he's really building towards outside of that, so I think that is going to be the plan. Obviously, you would have started droning if you weren't going to attack, so not going for that just yet. Get the recall off, bring those oracles back home. Robo-Bay in the Robo facility. Trap continues his tech through for the moment. Not going to be catching himself caught off guard at all. Ravager Queen back around the top. Hydrate Infestation bit still coming through. Let's see what the defense looks like here. Ravager pulls back again. The Stalker step forward one more time. More Biles. Stalker step back again. One arm coming through, a couple of disruptors coming about. The charge is building. Gonna take the watchtower. Holding there. Stalker's just gonna come across again, +2 attack and charge. Continue to build into play. I mean, Trap holding on. Not like Solar is not teching up though. I mean, Lurkaden's gonna come through with this. It might have been slow going economy for him at first, but obviously moving through now. And that Roach Ravager comes up. Disruptor shot flies, but it will not land. Solar gonna go us already. A survived disruptor shot. That's more disruptors avoided than what Beond avoided in the entire series against Zaun earlier. It felt like that was such a painful, match for Beond. Temple Archives about to finish. Couple gates going through. The Nexus and the Prism coming up. We do have +2 attack and charge coming in as well. Couple Vipers producing the +2 missiles, and the size explains. All on the way as well. We continue to bring that in for the moment. Just going to see a couple of lurkers will burrow up. Our Roach Ravager, Hydra Force back down at the bottom. Queen's in the center, apparently just getting completely caught. So Solar losing track of those for a moment, and they just die immediately. So no love on those. That's a little bit of a shame. You see a selection of lurkers continuing to morph here once again. Solar getting those numbers up. Plus adrenal glands, +2 missiles. Again, muscular augments on the way. Seismic spines coming up as well. Zealots on the right side trying to see what they can do. And yeah, I mean, they get a Ravager, to be fair. That's not a terrible start. I do like the Colossus going to do a good job of kind of clearing up and just an extra little bit of support. As the army will chase towards the upper right-hand side. Stalker's going to be there. Lurker's going to burrow. Lings are going to continue to chase in. Vipers can abduct. I feel like he was waiting to abduct for a moment because he was like, I'm going to wait to see which Disruptor fires and abduct the one firing to cancel the shot. Another Disruptor abducted again. We did kill one Viper pretty quickly. We're going to try and blink. We do get the next Viper kill. That's nice. It was trying to get home to recharge energy, but obviously now you're going to have to spend the money to rebuild that, so that's a little bit more expensive on the side of Solar. Taking a few more shots. Lurker's going to reposition again. Again, Storm, extended thermal lance. All the splash damage. I mean, Fleet Beacon as well coming up. So the Lurkers will open up the rocks once more. Just going to pop up. Stasis Ward's just going to go off. What were we thinking? Solar, you saw it build and you didn't kill it at all. That's a massive Stasis Ward. As now Trap can engage the rest of the army. It's a little messy. The units from the bottom side actually having a bad time. Colossus showing up from the top. Obviously, these lurkers, when they pop out, are not going to be burrowed immediately, so they're going to have to burrow, and they're going to take damage while burrowing, so one of them goes down. Immortals in reach, going to step those back. Do we have a detection? We do, and that's going to be a cleanup. The rest of the army does not get there from Solar. Meanwhile, Trap does kill the base in the bottom left-hand side, so Solar loses the base, has to pull back to deal with those zealots, but loses the base anyway is going to be an issue. Pull back. Trap getting up to the top once again, pulling away. Hey, thank you so much for the donation. I'll read that out properly when this game wraps up, because obviously this one is maybe on the verge of going somewhere, I think. I don't think we're going to be in this too much longer. Just Lings make their way across. And we step through and just have ourselves the... I mean, Trap is maybe not in the craziest of positions, I guess. I mean, like, his supply, I guess, isn't super comfortable, but then a lot of the supply he has is very good supply, so I guess there is a factor there as a couple more lurkers morph in. Mothership is building, Tempest coming through and online. That's a nice Storm, good feedback on the Viper as well. Solar not really winning any of these fights. In this matchup that Trap has struggled in since his return from the military is starting to be pretty good. And this game number 2 is actually looking much better for him than usual, so let's see if he can close out. More shots, a couple of these lurkers getting cancelled as well. Roaches and Ravagers going to hit the right-hand side. Battery's going down, Pylon taking damage. A couple of Zealots will get picked off as well. The Amplify attack coming through. The Mothership is about to complete. We've still got the Lurker, Hydra, and Lings all producing as we do have our army stepping forward. And Lurkers will burrow up. I'm going to cover that little bit of a choke point at the very least, so we'll be able to cover a little bit of the area there right away. And for more lurkers morphing. With Tempest coming out, Trap's army is just getting so much better, though. He's got Splash against the Lings. He's got Tempest for the lurkers. He's got Storm available. This really is a very, very good army on the side of Trap. And Solo's army's not really gotten better. He's just made more of the bigger units in his army, like more lurkers than before. I'm not sure that's enough to necessarily change the outcome of this game right now. I don't think this is going to change where this game's going at all, actually. He's Ling step forward. Stays Sword coming about. The Tempest going to pop in as well, getting abducted, but there's not even anything to kill the Tempest. I mean, yeah, we're going to pop Cloaking. There's no detection available for the Zerg. The Overseer's too far back, so we get a few freebie lurkers. Hey, Ling run by is nice. That's something good for Sol. We don't really see something go his way for a little while now, so we'll get the army there to get moving. As we, though, have Trap on the bottom side, going to force an army to come back down to deal with those Stalkers and Archons. The lurkers will burrow up. We do have to kind of run away from it, but that gives Trap an option to move through the center, and he'll try and take advantage of that option right now. He is making that move. Again, the Spire coming up, the additional Hydra's on the way. Colossus getting rid of a lurker as well. A little bit more of the Ling Hydra going down. A Time Wolf comes up on the edge. The Hatchery in trouble. The lurkers really are going to try and push their way forward through this. The Lings and Hydras continue to chase. The Hatchery drops. Solar supply really is not there. Trap can just deal with the lurkers, which I think he really can. And I think this is his game as we get rid of so many of these Hydras. The drones are dying as they move back through the army. Solar supply is really in trouble. 136 to the 199. GG is actually called right there, and Trap takes the 2-0. Just like that. I'll show you guys what I'm distracted by. Ali's just decided to come and sit right there, apparently. It's gonna sit right there. I don't know what she wants. She just moved over here and she's gonna sit right there, apparently. It's funny. Oh, baby. You okay? Alright, well, this is the Ellie stream for a couple of seconds. Okay. What's up, babes? I don't know what she wants, but yeah, Ellie's just chilling. Alright, guys, hello. I actually have an updated bracket for you guys. I just checked on the scores while we were giving Ellie some love. And this is what the bracket went like in the round of 8. So Clem 2-0'd Goblin. Hero apparently just 1-0'd Quanta. One map and Quanta gives up apparently. Trap 2-0 Solo as we casted it. And Skillers 2-1 Zounds. We're going to go into these semi-finals on the screen. Clem, Hero, and Trap versus Skillers. We will do the... Let's do the PvP first. Yeah, let's do the PvP first, Trap Skillers, and then we can do Clem Hero after. Does that sound good? Yo, non-Ember, sub for the Doggo stream. Hell yeah, thank you so much. Also want to come back and say thank you to Fastman86, who says thanks for saving StarCraft on the £10 donation. Thank you so much for supporting it. I cannot continue to stream without your guys' support, so if you do enjoy the stream, do consider subbing, do consider following, liking, subscribe. It all helps, right? It all adds up, and it all helps. Guys, I'm just going to try and see what Ellie wants for a second, and then we'll come back and we'll do the... we'll do Trap Skillers first, I think. Yeah, I think that makes sense. So we'll do Trap Skillers first in PvP, and then Clem versus Hero. I've not seen Clem all day, but I'll get some Clem Hero games going, and then we'll see who ends up in the finals. Oh, Ellie's just gonna lie down. I'm still gonna see if she needs something. Yo, Masquieta Muchacho. Thank you so much for the 5-3 sub on the Prime. I will just be right back, guys. I'll just leave this screen on. It'll be one moment, and then we'll get into Trap Skillers. Alright guys, welcome back. Apparently Ellie was upset because there's been some fireworks outside, so she was just a bit unsettled. So, I was just wondering, because she doesn't usually come and sit next to me like that. So I just thought I'd go and make sure everything was okay. It is. She's fine. Just, yeah, obviously a little bit unsettled with the big bangs going on. Alright guys, let's jump into some semi-final action of today's Olimoleague. Again, this was played live earlier today. I'm going to do the PvP first. I won't lie, my hope is that we maybe do the PvP and we get a couple Clem TVPs in a row. Would be a cool way to finish off the stream. But there's a good chance Hero can knock down Clem and make it a PvP finals as well, so let's see what happens. It is in the top right, our blue Protoss player Trap. And in the bottom left, our red Protoss player Skillus. Is there a holiday where I am? Yeah, it's called Saturday night. We don't have much going for us in England, so a lot of people really celebrate every single Saturday. Very exciting time of the year because, you know, you're allowed to buy fireworks for firework night on November 5th, and some people have some leftovers. They're like, oh my god, it's Saturday! Like, what greater thing is going to happen in the next month and a half? And so, you know, they're like, wow, boom, bang, bang, and, you know, just scare all the nearby animals for no reason. Where is Ellie? She's on the thumbnail. You just missed her slowly. Rewind. Go on the YouTube and rewind like 4 or 5 minutes. She's scared of the fireworks. And some fireworks went off, so she was sitting next to me. Looking for some moral support. No way Clem gets eliminated? I mean, maybe not. I mean, that's kind of my assumption. I think he is the favorite against Hero in the semis. Which is why I'm kind of down to watch, like, you know, the PvP first and maybe see if we can get a couple TVPs to wrap the day up on. I think going back-to-back TVP to end the day is also better than back-to-back PvP, just in case it is a PvP finals too, so yeah, that's why we are going to do it in this order. But yeah, Trap and Skillus, PvP one of the most changed matchups on the patch because of the wonderful change to the Super Battery. It is no longer a thing, energy overcharge instead of battery overcharge. And that obviously really does change the way that the matchup plays out a lot of the time. Stalkers building. Just have ourselves the couple Stalkers at the front poking around a little bit as well. Trying to see what we can do. Couple Stalkers coming about, take the watchtower. Stalkers on the move across the board at the moment as we do have ourselves Sentry Nexus, Probe, Warp Gate, all building, Robo Facility coming online on the side of Trap. A couple of those Stalkers continuing up as we have a final drop into place. Twilight Council producing against the Robo. So a Robo, an aggression here from Trap, a third gateway. He's going to fully send the attempt to break down the Nexus of Skillus. If Skillus can hold this off, you get to Twilight, you get to Blink, you will eventually be in an amazing spot. But that's going to be difficult as 4 Stalkers nearly get into the main. But honestly, I don't hate where they're already at. The fact they can knock that pylon down before Warp in is already pretty huge. I mean, now you're productionless as Skillus, and Trap gets off to a fantastic start here. As these 4 Stalkers cannot go up that ramp either, and now we're just going to be depowered. Like I say, you're missing Warp-ins. The Warp Gate should have been finished by now. The Gateway should have warped in once already. So that's going to take a few moments. As they do drop a force field on the ramp, and apparently Trap is going to come across the map now as Nexus takes some damage. Oh no, the pylons that were rebuilt didn't power the second gateway, so even longer without warp-ins. Nexus cancels. What a win for Trap early game as the Twilight Council was cancelled by Skillus as well. And so now he's just going to go to a delayed Robo. Oh, I don't know if I like that. I would have liked him to at least just go Twilight and just try to get Blink and just try and get Blink early. Just live. I mean, maybe you die, but I feel like you're in a bad position anyway. I feel like with Blink, eventually you can maybe get into a good spot, whereas with a Robo, you're just playing from behind, no matter what. Yo, Headfield's Downstroke, thank you so much for the 25-month resub on the Prime. Thanks for the matches and the tourneys. Thank you so much for the Prime sub. I really appreciate it. Great to be able to bring you some games on this Saturday evening, courtesy of the Olimoleague. Shout out to Olimoleague for giving us the replays to give you guys some StarCraft action tonight. As that warp gate is going to fall in a moment. That's both the gateways of Skillers dead. He did have a third one, so... Man, this has just been horrible for Skillers. What an absolutely miserable opening is. Now Trap expands. His own Immortal production on the way. He's obviously able to defend over here for a good amount of time as well. Stalkers do shoot. The hallucination takes a shot. Nexus about to finish on the natural. Final one coming into play. Another sentry going to settle in. Take that 2 sentries warping in right now. The Prism about to finish up as well. As we do have a hallucination still chilling overhead, so just going to keep that on a nearby lockdown. Ping, 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 and the Prism takes damage. Our Stalkers and the Immortal trying to step up. Immortal lifts back into the Prism. We drop back down. We do dance around a little bit. Some sentries going to dance as best they can. Two Adepts in the Immortal still building from Trap. I mean, Immortal's building from Skills. Get down to base, though. Skills actually has a worker lead, but obviously down to base means that those probes are just oversaturated anyway. I don't hate Trap just backing away now. He hasn't reinforced. He kept his Immortals at home just in case. If he backs away now, if Skills doesn't come across the map, Trap could load the Immortals into the Prism and go and harass with his own Immortals. I think that might be a pretty reasonable way to kind of step into this game, to be honest, right now, so would not be against that. Move forward. The Stalker's going to hit the Prism one time. The other Prism loads up, drops down. A little bit of chasing being made for the moment here as we have Prism to the bottom just getting pushed all the way back at the moment. Other units come through. A couple of force fields will drop again. Gate's going to take position as well currently. Stalker Immortal Adept coming through. Nice force fields. It's a dead Immortal, no Prism nearby, so that is a big plus. That's a good patch. Immortals continuing to play. Prism on the bottom, seeing what we can do. Nexus and the Immortal coming up as well. We get that all moving. Skills do drop down in a pretty decent manner. Just going to be seeing the Sentry and a couple of Adepts continue to get to work as well. Adept is going to take a few more shots. Another force field down. 6 probes lost currently. And Skill is going to make an attempt into this base. Gets one Immortal. You can take down Immortals quickly like that. You're going to have a good time. The recall goes down. There's the Prism coming back home. I mean, Micro Potential arriving a little bit too late. You don't save a single Immortal Trap. This fight could not have really gone worse for him. He doesn't have the damage output to kill Immortals right here. Is Trap dead? It's weird because these Immortals also don't really take damage to the Adept. Oh, there's actually one Immortal left from Trap, and he will micro that with the Prism. The one Immortal actually makes a big difference here. Allows you to really do a very good job of playing cleanup. The damage output from that one Immortal is huge. I actually thought Trap was in trouble there. That one Immortal really is a savior. If that was not there, I just think this is a very different game. As a hallucination pops up and we will get it moving. Prism heads across the map. 2 Immortals inside are going to make their way across the other direction, so away they go. I mean, this is a scenario now where the worker count evens out. That said, you can still harass with the Prism and the 2 Immortals here. And while you're harassment there, well, you're taking some damage as well, but you also have 20 army supply. And mostly in Adepts, but even if you just commit those into a mineral line, there's probably a lot you can do there as that Prism takes a turn back down to the bottom. Again, Resonating Glaives coming up, a couple probes coming through. We are going to get rid of some of those probes right now. Again, Trapped is trying to find different openings. 11 workers killed, and Skillus is actually just going to say GG and let this first game slip away from him. As, man, I'm surprised that got so close. Like, I don't feel like that was an opening that should have ever really had an opportunity for Skillus to be in a position where we're like, oh my god, Skillus, is this a thing? We'll drop some ads, and we'll jump into game number 2 of Trap Skillers. We're going to go to lane lines for our second map here, so we'll get that up and rolling. Give it about 30 seconds, and we'll kick this off. Is Clem still in? Yes. I guess ads may stop you from seeing our beautiful bracket here. Nope, that's not what I wanted to show. I wanted to do this button. There we go. Show our beautiful bracket. Clem against Heroes, the second semi-final. So that's going to be coming up in a little bit after this PvP. To see whether Trapper Skillers will advance on through. Hello, Wardy, how are you? I'm good. Been a good day. Been a busy day. We did a lot today. We went out to the market. We took Ellie. Picked up some snacks and some treats, and then Ellie went on a walk along the Dean. Is that a commonly used word? Walk along some water in a nice path and loop back around to the car. Then we went into the city and swapped some shoes for a different size. Ellie went shoe shopping for the first time. I stood outside with Ellie when Helen went in to swap some shoes. And the security guard was like, hey, are you waiting for someone inside? I was like, oh yeah. And he was like, you can come in, I was like, oh really? So Ellie went into the shop, and Ellie was like, oh my god. Like, she was like, a shop, I'm allowed in. So Ellie went shoe shopping. It was really funny because Helen was, waiting around to get some shoes, and then Ellie saw Helen. She's like, hi, Mom. Helen was like, what are you doing here? And Ellie's like, hi. Jumped up on her like, I'm in the shop. She was genuinely so excited. Yeah, she likes going to the city because it's quite busy and there's a lot of people, but obviously loads of people just want to say hi to her as well. So she's just like super excited and happy everywhere as well. So yeah, she's had a good day. Had a good day. She had a good day yesterday too. Where did we go yesterday? Oh, we went to a new park and tested out a new walk yesterday. I've been taking Fridays off recently because Helen has Fridays off at the moment, and we've been going on like adventure Fridays. And so Ellie has been to like some woods. She's been to, where did we go a couple of weeks ago? We went on a bigger trip a couple of weeks ago, a bit of a longer drive. Yeah, we've been doing adventure Fridays. So Ellie's just living her best life, basically. Yeah, I'm good, is the very short answer to that. I mean, you didn't really ask for my life story, but we were waiting for some ads to play out, so yeah, no, it's been a good day. Honestly, I was kind of full and tired before the stream started, and I was like, man, I'm kind of sleepy. It's kind of cold outside, so we had the heat on in the house. It was very cozy. I was like, oh, I don't know if I'd like casting in the evenings is tough, Like, I'm so used to working through the day nowadays, but we got the StarCraft started, and here we are now in the semi-finals. I'm sorry to hear that, SC2. That sucks. It's always rough. Happy shared, yeah. Honestly, my life doesn't get very exciting outside of just whatever I do with Ellie on a daily basis. Turns out my life recently really has been casting and doing things with Ellie. Like it's been a very plain life recently. Do Englishmen say lad or mate? Kind of depends what you're saying. It probably depends where you're from, who you are. I mean, like, I say mate a lot. I wouldn't really call a lot of people lads, but I wouldn't say lads outside of my vocabulary. Honestly, I feel like you can say both. Ellie's very exciting. I know Ellie's very exciting. That's why the majority of my life is Ellie-based, What more do you need? Ali and StarCraft 2. And Helen. Just in case Helen's turned the stream on upstairs. If she hears me say Ellie and StarCraft and not mention her, I'll get shit for that later, I can tell you that much. Yeah. Sentry Stalker on the way. We got a WardiTV now, just while this PvP is not going anywhere fast. We have WardiTV November Group A tomorrow, by the way, guys. It's actually going to be a pretty fun group. It's going to be Hero, Clem, Lemon, Young, and Young Yakov. I actually really like that group. I think that's really fun. I think it's a really fun group of StarCraft 2, so that'll be happening tomorrow. Look forward to seeing you guys here for some of that. Should be a good time. Should be a good time. Hallucination is just going to go across the map, and then obviously hallucinations and sentry opening going to be a big thing. No surprises there. It's Wardy GM and GM in your hearts. I actually think with the state of GM at the moment, if I tried, I could probably make GM very easily. I just have no motivation to be a GM. I don't think that would be a very fulfilling thing. Any news on the ESL circuit? Nope. No, we don't know anything about that either. Very quiet times, waiting and waiting, but we'll find out something soon, I'm pretty sure. We have our Stalker going to poke away, and the probe will take some shots. Will go down, so that probe will be picked. Adept's just going to shade. Force field going down. A couple Stalkers will ping away at that Adept as well. Adept will fall. The Adept going to fire out the probe. Battery doing a little bit of healing. Adept continues. The probe is going to go down. So we get a kill. Some lost mining time. Yeah, and the defense in the end continues into that blink upgrade against the robo play of Skillis. He's already on one Immortal and the Prism. And Skillis is coming across the map. Maybe looking to try and get something done in these early stages. I'm a GM in game knowledge and not micro. I actually think that's probably true in this day and age. I actually don't think you need too much game knowledge to be GM nowadays. I think micro is so much more of it, to be honest. As our Stalkers do get a little grab, we're going to continue forward. Trap is going to take some steps as we do see Skillis moving back in the center. Going to force field and retreat. Trap is down like 6 workers. That's not a fun blink. I think he was trying to get the Prism. I mean, it's kind of precarious. I didn't like that for Trap, but this group of units from Skillet in some trouble. Yeah, he's going to try and get the Prism. But by going for the Prism and not getting it, these Immortals just whack away at you and do so much damage as well. Again, +1 charge coming through. The Immortal continuing to come up. Skillis moving around with the Prism still here. And +1 attack and charge both continue to come in for the moment. We got that all set up. 3 more gates coming down. The Immortal and the +1, the charge. Again, all of that continues through as well. Stalkers continue to hit that Twilight Council. It will be taken down. That charge will get cancelled. The Immortal and the 2 Adepts will fire away. Stalkers still taking hits. And the gateways are just going to be finishing. The Immortal and +1 still coming through. The Prism is actually going to get knocked down here. Surely, surely, no! Okay. If that Prism just doesn't die, then I mean, we've put so much into trying to kill this Prism. Yeah. This is seemingly very good for Skillets, I think, so far. Army Supply is favoring him. I like the tech he's on. I like the tech units he has. Good so far. Stalker's gonna fight. Archon taking damage. The Immortals come back over the other way. There's a few more warp-ins coming through. Again, charging the Prism, continuing up for the moment. Not going to be seeing the Zealots charging up. The Archons are going to fire. The Immortals will shoot. That is going to be just, I mean, I could say way too good of an army. I think this one's just done. Skillers with a very convincing game. Trap never got rolling here in game number 2. I mean, he went to Blink and he was just, while being the Blink player, was the defender. And then unsuccessful in any trade that he took as well. Like, you're meant to find value with Blink, and Trap found nothing with the Blink at all. Let's do attack on both sides. Charge still building up for a few moments here. Again, Stalkers get pushed back the other direction again. This nation just moves into position. Another Adept gets taken down. Those two attack and charge continuing in as well. When we get to the top, Stalker's moving about. Stalker step away. I mean, again, Skillers' army's just way better. Kind of waiting for him to just come across the map, to be honest. So I was going to get a couple of Zealots to continue to move down to the bottom. Zealots will continue to charge. Next units warping in here. Skillets gathers. We do have the units continue to get set. Grabbing the Nexus, I mean, Skills just doesn't let Trap go to 3 bases. Game really has, I mean, I'm trying to look, I mean, Disruptors are coming out. I think even with really good Disruptor shots and an attack in the natural by Skillers, I just don't think that this matters. Like, I just don't see Trap ever having enough. Zealots in the main base. Trap is across the map, poking in and jumping into the natural with these Stalkers, so that will happen. As that happens, like I said, the Zealot's going to go in the main base. A lot of probes already dying. I mean, Skillers is right. He does not need to attack into this position right here. And his Stalkers are doing a lot more than maybe they should. And you're still up at base, though, with Skillers. Now he does brute force his way into this. And he just has, like, 3 more Archons and then 5 Immortals that Trap doesn't have any of. That's, again, very close army supply-wise, but I can only imagine that is still not matching in terms of quality of army. Quantity is not everything, as the Stalker's going to get onto the Nexus here, take that down. Skillers will play cleanup, Trap will fall, a few more probes are going to drop as well. And that, my friends, is going to be that. Zealots charge, the Stalkers go down, we do have Archons and Immortals pushing their way about as well. Skillers sits at 120 supply to the 66 of Trap. Yeah, not really much else to add on this one, guys. I mean, this one does seem pretty done. Kind of surprised it's gone all the way to the 11-minute mark. I mean, honestly, like, this was so convincingly Skillers this game for so long. Trap finally finding a way to make the Blink somewhat useful that kind of drew the game out. But, I mean, there's some advantages you just don't really overcome, and that was one of them. GG. GG. Alrighty, we are going to go to Snowpiercer. So we're going to get a third game of this series. We're going to go all the way to Snowpiercer to round it out. Sizes and everything. No, size is everything, but quantity does not equal quality. Quantity and size are two very different things, you know. Alright, let's jump into game number 3. Snowpiercer to decide this match. Get into this and see who will take a step into the finals. In the top right corner, our blue Protoss player. As he just was not able to really capitalize on the build into Blink that he went for in that previous game that hit his trap. On the left, our red Protoss is skillless. He played that last game well. Just very cautious towards the end. Nothing wrong with that though. Safety first. Still expecting this PvP to kind of go towards 2 gates each, of course. Not really too much of a surprise there. Stalkers and a warp gate all coming up. That's gonna be a cheeky little pylon on the natural. There's a forward pylon from Skillless. I mean, no probe nearby, so just kind of faking the idea of like, oh, I might be proxying something. We can see that that's not really going to develop into anything though, so nothing too much there. Stalkers just continue now. We take a few moments. Just taking it easy, guys. My voice isn't doing that too good today, I feel like, so trying to be a little safe. Chill in the other game. Let the game do the talking, I know. That's maybe not the most exciting of ways to let things go, but sometimes it's better just to play it safe. We have a big day tomorrow, 10 best of 3s in Group A of the WardiTV in November as well. Kind of looking forward to that. Get another Clem hero matchup. We're in for a good one tomorrow, guys. We're in for a good showing. Stalker's here, gonna go fight through a little bit, some damage being dealt. We're seeing this fight continue from Trap as we do have him making an effort to get to the front currently, so really putting some pressure in, trying to deal some damage. So we do see the few force fields coming down to help out as well. Not really going to go too far. More sentries get warped in along the way. We do have ourselves the Stalkers continue across the map currently, so just going to continue to bring that over for now. They're going to have force fields going down, but they kind of whiff a little bit as well. Not ideal. And Trap still applying the pressure. Obviously, Skillers has the expansion. Skillers can just hold on. A few more Stalkers warp in from Trap, going to go full brute force mode. Problem for Skillers is these Stalkers really do out DPS the sentries, especially once the shields are gone. The sentries have bonus damage to shields nowadays, right? But once the shields are gone, the Stalkers actually are not taking much damage at all. So, and with the Prism Micro, you're getting so much value out of them. Here's an Immortal, and that saved the day. We step forward aggressively with these Stalkers right now. Good Micro, picks up a couple of Stalkers at the right time. Trap as he now pulls back. Getting out of there just about. Making a little escape plan. Yeah, Stalker's still trying to kind of fight. The Immortal does survive through that fight, which is obviously a very good move. And keep the Immortal alive. You will see value kind of coming through on the side of Skillers as yeah, Trap I don't think has done enough in the end. 3 probe skill. This was looking good for him, but yeah, the arrival of the other units definitely making an impact towards the end. Stalker's now going to be accompanied by a sentry. Going to start moving forward. The Prism loads up. We'll start to make our way to the front here as the Stalkers and the sentry settle down. The Nexus building through. The pylon is coming up. 4 Stalkers in position immediately to turn that Prism away. Oh, those Immortals do get back into the Prism, so we do just take a step out and again stay alive. I mean, again, this is a scenario now where we just start to build up at home. Skills is going to be on a good worker lead. This game starts to look very good for him. Had to invest in a lot of batteries, but with a 10 worker lead and the Nexus of Trap not being done yet, I mean, you've got to feel good. The Skillers currently here in this game 3. Adepts dropping down and doing decently. The few sentries are still going to go poking away at the Prism as well. Prism at the right hand side. The Immortal is on the way up. The Nexus getting probe going as well. Continue to bring that through currently. The Immortal's dropping and the Adept goes down. Immortals load back up. And again, a couple of probes still continuing through as the Hallucination gets back onto the Prism. Push back down through the center. Again, Immortals, probes, all coming through. The couple Stalkers are going to get there as well. Just push that back the other direction now. More Adepts just going to unload. Again, we have the Twilight Council continuing through as well, so just bringing that online. Getting that up and running. Stalker's going to get one Adept now, looking for another. Adept continues down through the bottom. Twilight Council about to finish up. Twilight on the way as well. On the side of Trap, so we continue to bring that all through. Yeah, and the Immortal coming up, the Blink on the way in, couple gates in the Forge coming about, Twilight Council Forge coming on the other side. There is the Prism again making its turn in toward the main base currently, so that's going to come across. And try and hit the main, so Trap's still trying to harass his way back into this. 5 probes down only currently. Not bad, not bad. The probes going down as well as these Immortals. This Immortal drop in general is doing very well. 8 workers dead so far, and that's actually going to put Trap on a worker lead. The Immortal play is carrying Trap for the moment here. Good damage dealt as we turn back around. The Immortal will continue to take a lot of shots. Very nearly gets that other Immortal, but not quite. So good pullback on the side of Skillers to keep that Immortal alive is obviously a very important move. Yeah, still gather. We take some steps. Prism on the other side. It's going to eat some hallucination shots. Not a big deal. Not the end of the world. Again, +1 charge. Additional Zealots on the way. Just about saving ourselves as the Prism lifts up once more. Again, just really getting value out of this Prism and those Immortals. The more that you get, the better off you're going to be in the long term. Definitely done a lot being trapped back. There's still 2 bases each. Skiller's moving onto the map to be aggressive. Maybe feeling like he's got something of an opportunity here. Maybe. Feeling as though there might be some option. Prism actually does go down. More shots coming through. The Immortal's going to get cornered. Okay. Well, that's big. Getting rid of that Prism. I mean, 2 Immortals as well. That is a massive catch. Stalker's going to hit. The Archon's going to bad Stalkers as well. We've seen the Stalker Immortal coming back over. A couple more shots coming over. Hits continue to come through. Skillers is going to have to keep on taking backwards. Good force field out. Trap to try and guarantee a couple more units. Those Immortals get stuck with the Prism dead. No micro capabilities, and some of the tech units of Skillers just plummet into non-existence. And 6 more Stalkers coming up, +2 attack, and the Immortal on the way from Trap currently. Again, the Disruptor production continues as well. We pull back into the natural for the moment as well. Pulling that back, take a moment. Stalkers get back to the top. +2 upgrades are pretty evenly placed. Snowpiercer is a fun map because of the 3rd base here is obviously kind of a bit out of the way, so the mobility that Protoss Army has in a PvP, it's going to be a tough hold. Got to be very active defensively. You see the observers spotting for Skillers to see where the defense may be at, so you can try and pick the right moment to commit through and to potentially find damage is going to be a main factor here, you'd imagine. Hallucination flies overhead. Couple more shots, continuing on by. And just seeing ourselves the +2 attack. A couple of Stargates coming up from Trap also. Continue to bring that in. Getting that on the way here. Definitely recognizing the importance of it. Nexus dying. Again, +2 still finishing soon on both sides. Yet to really see that come fully into play. Stalkers get back to the south, and again, a couple Phoenix on the way up. +2 attack is on the way out. Stalkers are going to regather themselves around in the center. Just going to be seeing the And +2 finishing soon. So that's going to be equal upgrades. Phoenix on the way from Trap. The reason he's building Phoenix is because he's against the Disruptors. So if you can lift up those Disruptors, you basically nullify your opponent's tech choice. See what we can do. The Phoenix set off to the side, so they'll be able to get a good angle. They might even just be able to come through and hit the Prism a little bit, but yeah, probably not worth it because obviously just getting blinked on and losing the Phoenix is not great. Now these Disruptors will fire, but we don't really do much with them initially. There's one Phoenix get the final lift. Disruptors on cooldown as now the army of Trap is going to chase down this ramp and go hunting. Yeah, give that Prism back. Don't give the Stalkers easy targets. We actually lose Disruptor. Skills tries to blink back after that army to punish the chase. Couple more Phoenix still building. Back to the top. Prism will set up again. Observer goes down. Guardian Shield is going to pop as we turn. The Immortals going to eat a Disruptor shot there. That Disruptor goes down. Just going to be seeing this Disruptor goes down as well. Damage continues to be done. Archons continue to chase. The Stalkers get up to the high ground. Phoenix getting hunted. Again, Stalkers and the Disruptor continue to build from Skillus. 117 to the 140 supply. It is definitely looking good for Trap. Skillus' army out in the center while Trap is pushing toward the third base. And at the bottom side here, we are going to come through, and I mean, the third base is unprotected, so this is not looking great. The Stalkers will have to come back across. If you do that, the rest of the army is going to be here. We're going to kind of catch these Stalkers, but this is kind of a half and half fight. We lift the Disruptor just before it fires. Third Nexus of Skillus goes down, and Trap is going to successfully turn this game around, taking the victory 2-1. I mean, this was not an easy game to turn around either. This was not really looking good for him in a lot of ways, but then he got the Immortal Harass going. That was very good. Just like that, we are going to see Trap taking the 2-1 over Skillus. Which means that Trap is in our finals, so we are going to have ourselves Trap as our first participant in the finals. He will playing against the winner of Clem and Hero. We're going to jump into that in a few moments' time. It's going to be another TVP for us up on the top portion of the bracket here. We'll get that Clem Hero series up and running. The winner of that plays Trap in the finals. That's what's coming up for you guys over the next little bit. I'll see you guys in just a few moments. I'm going to take a quick break here and be right back. I'll see you in a moment or two for more StarCraft action after this. Alright, everybody. Clem versus Heroes, what we mentioned is our second semi-final. That's what we get to in just a few moments. We'll get that underway momentarily. Thank you for joining us and staying tuned through a little break as well. We appreciate you. Let's get into Clem Heroes semi-finals. Let's do some TVP, guys. Let's do it. Got some games. In the bottom left, we do have ourselves the blue Protoss player. This is Hero. In the top right, our red Terran player from Team Liquid, we have Clem. Game one of this best of three, and it is semi-final time. Winner plays Trap in the finals. Will Clem take it all the way? Had an early exit last week in Olimoleague. Lost to Beond in the first round. Gonna bounce back from that disappointing finish to maybe make the finals here today. Hero just about squeezed out the victory over Dark last time. And a 3-2 win. That was on Tuesday. If you want to go back and watch those games, that was a lot of fun. Definitely recommend. Getting the gas coming up, probe on the way, Iraq's in the gas building as well. Cybercore goes down, Reaper is producing as we continue to get this underway. See what Clem takes this one. We have ourselves the Reaper and a Beond. Just going to be seeing the Marines on the way as well to follow up with. I'll see the Reaper will just scout around, and Clem just going to be cautious in these early stages against Hero. In this Olimoleague semi-finals, Clem has definitely been getting the better of Hero when they've played recently. See, throw back to the most important match as well. eSports World Cup semi-finals. Clem dominates that semi-finals against Hero out there on the biggest stage that StarCraft 2 has to offer currently, and you know, like I said, Clem's kept that performance up ever since then, pretty much. Now, what is the recent score? I mean, I say that pretty confidently. Let me have a quick peek what the Hero Clem results actually are. I feel as though I'm trying to think, like, Hero beat Clem in a series that we casted at all? I don't think so. No, since the eSports World Cup Finals, Clem 1-0, 2-0, or 2-0, 1-0 in the World Team League playoffs, and then in a couple of WardiTV Mondays, Clem went 2-0, 2-1 as well. So, yeah, I'm not wrong in thinking that when we have seen Hero Clem, it has all been about Clem. We'll see if today is going to be a similar story. Let's say opening game on Amygdala. See where we take this to start out with. People coming through. Sentry fires, Reaper takes some shots again, Blink Nexus all coming over. We get a grab again, Blink Chrono boosting, Stalker, Nexus continue to come about. That Nexus setting up on the third base again. Robo Facility, Nexus continue to come through. Back drops, couple Widow Mines gonna come through. Burrow. Do have our couple of Widow Mines getting some damage. I mean, that's a pretty good start. Stalker goes down over here. 5 probes go down the main base, and Clem forced a major probe pull as well. Forge coming online, the few extra probes, and the obs coming up and running as well, so we continue to get that on the go. Obviously, this is not a good start from Hero. Damage taken early, and definitely struggling from this point right now, as we just have the Raven coming about. I see the Stalker's going to deflect the Raven. He's got medevac, and he's going to drop the Widow Line back in. Clem's so good at obviously continuing to try and utilize these things, as we are going to have a couple Stalkers coming around. And just seeing the cleanup going down, but a few more probes dropping is not exactly ideal for Hero, who's taken a lot of damage in the early stages of this game. And is definitely not improving at the moment, so this is a pretty rough start, all said and done. Fire continues to come across. You're seeing the army continues to chase. A couple Stalkers get turned away. Chasing down to the bottom side again. Stimmin +1 coming up. Extended Thermal Lance +1 coming in as well. As Stalkers and Zealots continue to gather, the Bio going to get there, and Island taking some hot shots. I mean, with Clem's opening, he should be in pretty clear sailing at the moment for this game to continue through. This has been a very, very good start for him thus far. And +1 attack and extended Thermal Lance coming about. A couple Stalkers on the way. The Colossus is producing. I mean, Clem just going to sit in the corner with these medevacs. No way to stop that apart from keeping your units pinned back. And Clem begins to open up rocks on the map, which means that you are going to give more access to different places. And that's something you've got to keep track of. Something to kind of keep in mind as this game plays out is, you know, which positions can my opponent run to? Where exactly can we get to? As a CC moves into position for the third base as well, so Clem will get that third base up and rolling as well here. There's a couple of sides will continually set up. Fire moves about, Medevacs tank, continuing over, Dark Shrine, Nexus, Probe, Zealots. All the good stuff continues through for now, as we do have our Bio going to unload in the corner, and a couple of probes going to get knocked. Just going to go chasing onto the pylon here, knock that down as well. So just going to get a little grab. Up over here, those Widow Mines get burrowed, and that's going to be Kaboom Town as the Zealots get blasted. We're going to dive for the Colossus also. Clem just going to knock this one down, and he might have just won the game here because that is serious damage. Fourth base dropping. There's not a lot for Hero in this game. He's 40 army supply down. I mean, it was a rough start. You just can't have a bad start against Clem. As 2024, Clem is one of the best, if not the best player in the world at the moment, and he is going to punish you for a bad start, and you just can't afford to get behind, because the way Clem plays is so punishing when you're behind as well. He's so active, he's everywhere, he moves around, he forces you out of position. If you get behind, you're going to be out of position with even less stuff than you have to really get in position with. So yeah, I mean, you can just see it here. Clem is in this base, that base, all over the place, as Hero tried to recall to the main base to play defense. Clem was already in a different base than where Hero recalled to. Disruptor dies, doesn't get a shot off. Clem is dominant on Amygdala. Will take the first game victory in this best of 3 semi-final matchup. I mean, I'm assuming we see a GG soon. Hero is hanging on by a thread if he stays in this. I don't know if he's really clearing up anywhere either. I mean, the Bio will chase for another Colossus. I mean, you keep on losing your splash damage, it's not going to be good for you. You just can't stay in the game against that, and it is a GG. Clem takes game 1. The best of 3 goes his way for the moment. As, yeah, pretty solid start from Clem, I think, fair to say. We'll get into game number 2. It's El Dorado. I love that as a hero map pick. Something a little different here for game number 2. See if he's got something spicy lined up, perhaps. Let's get this up and running. Wow, beauty of the replays is we can dive straight into game number 2. As we do have in the bottom right corner of the map, our blue Protoss player. This is Hero. And he's going to need some love and some backing if he is going to win this one, guys. So let's make some Hero sounds in the chat. Or make some Clem sounds. He's in the bottom left. He's the red Terran. He's up a game and looking amazing. Will anyone stop him in this Olimoleague? Hero will try in this game 2 to at least make him play a little longer. Of course, a game 3. We'll see if he can do so. Early probe across the map will be an annoyance. Always a frustrating one as that probe comes across super quickly in the game. And we'll begin to nibble the SCV. Well, we settled down. The probe continues to chase an SCV about for a few moments as well. Just going to be seeing the SCV and probe going to go back and forth for a little longer. SCV still nibbling. Probe gets pushed around. The barracks is going to finish up here as well. Just get all of that wrapping up. Then the SCV chases the probe for a little bit. And probe is going to turn. SCV will take some damage. Reaper in the orbital. On the way out. That simulator down. And with the Cybercore complete, we can see what tech route Hero wants to aim for in this game. Number 2, do we maybe play a Stargate, play a bit safe? Do we just go blink and control the map with those stalkers, or at least attempt to? Honestly, I would not hate a Stargate. Last game went wrong early for you as Hero. He is going to place it down. Yeah, it went wrong early for you as Hero, and the Stargate gives you at least a chance to get into the mid-game much more frequently without taking damage, and honestly, that might not be a bad thing. Good against the drop play. Clem was all over the map with that drop play in that previous game as well, so I do not think this is a terrible time to say, you know what, let's go, let's go play the Stargate. I like it. I'm behind it. Count me in. Reaper and a couple of Marines gonna fight for a few moments, so a couple of shots coming about for a little while. Go back and forth, nothing too crazy. As we come back over. See a couple of steps gonna go shading forward. We have to. I lost my words there, didn't I? Marines and the Reaper will try and fight with the Hellion 2. There should be a pretty comfortable defense. We pulled some SCVs to help. Nothing too crazy. Again, the Oracle is about to finish. The Orb Gate's on the way in. The couple probes are coming out as well. All of that continues into play for now as our Adept will try and reach the Hellion. That gets turned away for the moment as well. And you've seen a grab. The Reaper goes throwing down a grenade, and now the few Marines are going to come after that Adept also. Try and get a little catch on it. Playing that chasing game, Adept will get pushed back. Oracle activates, a couple of Marines are going to be in trouble. Wouldn't mind not burrowed yet. SCVs, some of them low HP, are going to be easy targets, but we fly it. No, Hero! What are we doing? Do not fly into that Widow Mine. He doesn't lose it, but I actually think it was a little unfortunate. That would have been like a split second away from going down, as Clem is just going to pick up the SCVs that take damage, because why wouldn't you just pick up the workers that are taking damage from an Oracle? Clem's micro, as always, is very fun to watch and witness, and well, that's just a fun little moment in this game as he pushes that Oracle back. Oh my goodness. It's always hilarious to watch Clem play sometimes, you know? I don't know what it is, but sometimes he is just so obnoxious with the pickup micro. I love it. Picking up STVs against an Oracle. Phoenix and a couple of Stalkers will be there to push the medevac back out. The Widowmine will burrow. The Phoenix just about dodges away for now. A couple of additional barracks, SCVs, Siege Tank, and Marines are all producing on in. And you have a Widowmine going to hit that Phoenix there, so Phoenix will take a little bit of damage. Another Phoenix is on the way. The Oracle turns back around the bottom. The medevac is lifted and is going to go moving back through the bottom side as the Marines actually target down a Phoenix there. Gets it. Love that. Medevac very low. Viking going to show up. Is going to focus on the Oracle. Gets a step forward, and that Oracle should die. Kaboom, and the Oracle is blown out the skies. Phoenix continues around the bottom now. See where else we can go and what else we can get up to as the factory moves forward as well. Marines and a Cyclone coming in. The Phoenix will be able to lift the Cyclone at least. The Viking going to fight the Adept Shade forward. Stalkers are going to be going down. The Siege Tank continues to trade for a little bit. The Siege Tank will live through this. I mean, there's a good few units from Hero. It's getting a little bit chaotic. I love the drop of the Viking. Lands it on the ground. The Siege Tank does die, though. SCV is not finding the repair to keep it alive. Will now repair the Viking instead, and actually will live here. Two Stalkers can't do too much more. The Viking just now healthy will push into range. And I think that is going to be that for the moment as Clem will hold on. Loses a few SCVs. Up in army supply still, though. To be fair, it was not a free trade from Hero, who's lost a lot in this game in general. In fact, when you look at the gas loss, Hero has lost 800 gas to Clem's 300, give or take. That's a pretty significant difference, especially when a pros player wants to continue to build up those tech units, right? A couple Phoenix get there. Widowmine goes down. Again, +1 armor. The Phoenix and the Charge all coming up. Additional gateways are coming into play. Vikings continue to chase those Phoenix. Man, that Phoenix gets hunted. Again, Stimpak, Combat Shield, and +1 attack. All of that still continuing in for the moment. Viking's going to be there. Medevac drops a few units out. You'll have Clem already finding some aggression then. This is becoming very popular as well against the higher Phoenix count to just keep building Vikings, but I actually think this may be too aggressively placed for Clem. Hero backs off before he loses a Phoenix, but he did get himself a Viking out of it, so I wouldn't say I hate it. And the Temple Archives coming through. The Phoenix and the +1 armor coming about as well. I will fight. The Zealot gets chased. Widowmine's going to settle. We are going to be seeing, obviously, that is a Widowmine field. Oh, that's bad splash if it lands into the center there. Something to think about. Fire will come through. A couple of force fields are going to drop. It's actually interesting because Clem is going to struggle, I think, against the Zealots if the mines don't hit. Well, yeah, but then the mines just absolutely collapse on the Zealots. However, new Zealots from the top side. Well, that's a cleanup from Hero, but I still feel like he's struggling in just army supply-wise. As Clem gets reinforcements, I mean, Clem's issue is that he can't kill Zealots quickly because he's very Marauder heavy, but the thing is as well, is Hero doesn't have anything beyond the Zealots, right? A few Phoenix in the sky. The Zealot's going to come charging down again. Marauder's going to get hunted. As See the Zealots continue to chase. Another Widowmine shot goes off. Every Widowmine is splashing so many of these units down as well. It's scrappy, it's messy, but I think Clem is going to keep surviving. That said, Hero's doing all of this while building into the 4th base back at home. The +1 attack is coming up, so he is improving his position. He is getting into a better spot. Fire pulls back again. As the Phoenix are going to be there. Medevac is going to get taken out. Second Medevac taking shots as well. I mean, Widowmine here is going to connect in. Phoenix taking hits. So many of these Phoenix are going to get low. So let's go down one more time. I think we've killed every single Medevac in this game, however. So Clem has no healing available on his bio units. That's surely got to be a problem as we continue in this game. Phoenix come back over. The Zealots are going to come with them. Fire will stem again. The Zealots are charge up. And the +1 attack finishing soon. The Concussive Shell is on the way now currently as well. Get that Concussive Shell started on the side of Clem. Marine Marauder, Medevac all coming by. Zealots and High Templars warp into the upper left corner as well. Storm is going to be on its way, so Hero will have that option for him. This Widowmine will connect. Once one of them got picked off, the other goes down. Clem is figuring out which position to defend in. The gateway to the top side from Hero continues to provide issues as now Widowmines are hitting splash onto the SCVs as well. Low HP SCV is going to be easy pickoffs. Got some ghosts coming out, trying to EMP the Phoenix. Would be nice to actually stop some of these Phoenix from lifting and also get the shields off him. Easier targets for everything else after. Clem is down 20 workers or so. Again, the fact Hero has been able to get to that 4th base during all of this, the work count good, and now continuing to settle into the, you know, game with the splash damage upgrades to Storm. And Storm coming up, +2 armor coming in, another EMP land towards Phoenix there. Got Marines and a Ghost coming back across. The Phoenix get turned away. Bio gonna get up. Pylon goes down. Gateway gonna be in trouble. Try and drop a CC in the front. The Phoenix will go bang, 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 and the command center takes a few more shots. Widowmine on burrows. We're going to step forward here. The Medevacs here to support as well. Command center does land, and the rest of the army of Hero coming across from the center. I'm actually going to be able to get aggressive, but I'm scared because if you're getting aggressive, you're now attacking into Storms, and you're also attacking into Zealot reinforcements. First couple Storms, very good from Hero. However, the Prism falls and the High Templars go down, so that's going to be the end of it. And while the first Storms were good, not having any further Storms may be a big issue. The Phoenix instantly go and say, maybe we counterattack. Let's, try and distract you. Let's try and take your attention away. So they try and do something over there. Again, a couple more Vikings, Marines, the Ghost, the +2 coming up as well. Widowmine still building on the front of that 4th base. We lift up and a few more bio units going down again. The +2 attack, the Blink coming up, the Nexus about to finish up in the front. We do have ourselves a few more units moving about. The Pylon can take a few more shots also. As we do have a couple of Zealots getting hit at the moment. So damage continues to be done. Ghost is going to snipe. And is taking shots. Again, +2 attack coming through. The Starport producing the Medevacs, Marines, and Marauders all continue into play. We do have ourselves 6 more Zealots. Disruptors as well. Continue in production. Hero continues to build up in this game. What a great game this one's turned into. What was that Widowmine shot like? Yeah, splashes the Phoenix. Oh no! It was the second shot that actually killed those Phoenix. Was there a second mine? Oh, I kind of missed that. Hang on, let me, I'm gonna watch that back. First Widowmine shot went off. What actually blew up the Phoenix the second time around? I think it was a second mine that fired. I didn't even really see it properly on the second time around, man. Hero has lost 12 Phoenix in this game. The fact he still has 4 on the map is incredible. He's built so many, but it has just been scrappy years. Actually, wasn't that bad. Yeah, I mean, I guess in the end we do lose those Marauders that split forward, and we are going to kill 2 Disruptors. I don't hate it for Clem. It's not like that was free damage. Losing 2 of the Disruptors makes it a trade rather than just a pick-off. +3, +2, still on the way out. Medivacs will load up. They're going to boost to the south. Command center in the front going to finish up in a moment. Couple more disruptors coming in. The Nexus is producing. Battery, cannon, +3 armor, all on the way. The Zealot's going to try and charge forward there. The Planetary Fortress good to push back and play defense. Another couple of disruptor shots coming through. Good storm lands on the Bio Army. Going to load over here, and Clem is going to get a semi to the natural man. We're not really seeing Clem truly get aggressive this game because he's been so much on the back foot and defending. There's a Planetary Fortress in the center there that's going to be taking a lot of shots as SCVs will begin to repair it. The disruptor shot doesn't really reach too much just yet. SCVs are going to start dying to the disruptor. It's going to be a difficult base to keep alive, and it will fall. The question is, how much do we kill as Clem coming out of this? He loses 15 SCVs. He's still in the natural. He eats a massive storm right in his face. On the other side of the map, we're finally forced to lift off just before he kills off the Nexus. At least those units are still in the medevacs and active, so they will be able to look for more damage over the next few moments as the +3, +2 about armor about to be done. It's going to be equal upgrades. Here we'll retake the +3 armor. I'm just going to fly a few probes going down. 3 workers dropping so far. EMP landing. Disruptors taking damage. The rest of the bio coming across. I'm just going to see our Stalkers getting hit. Going to get back into the front there. Another disruptor shot fires but does not land. Continue back and forth. Another good EMP coming down. High Templar turned away. The Nexus still taking damage. The Zealots step up. Stalkers warp in. As we play defense, finally this drop play of Clem has been shut down. First time Clem got aggressive in a while, and it did a lot, to be fair. Definitely took some attention of Hero, if nothing else. Clem still leading supply-wise. Good army advantages. We actually see both the forward bases going to be coming under attack. Clem's gold. Heroes just forward up a base. This time the Planetary Force of Clem will hold. Gets a disruptor in the process. He's going to completely overwhelm the forces of Hero on the right-hand side as he comes through. That Nexus will take shots. Probes are going to go down. Nexus is going to get killed. 28 probes dead from Hero, down to 46 workers only. Now Clem has an army and eco advantage, but the disruptor shot tries to take advantage, somehow doesn't find its way onto the main clunk of units there. Clem somehow finding a corner to escape in. Storm on the bottom as he tries to force Clem to back away again. 17 minutes on El Dorado, and this game has been pure chaos. As Bio is going to get the Stalkers, they blink for a Liberator, but that's going to be punished as multiple Stalkers drop on down. Another Disruptor shot is going to get some Marauders and Marines. More Disruptor shots are going to get Marauders and Marines. Another Disruptor shot. This time it's not going to get anything. It's too far away, but yeah, Clem still has a little bit too much. And with an army lead and the worker lead, I actually think at this point Clem is moving into such a good position. The 2 Colossus from Hero are completely against the grain of this game, which has been about chaos and activity and movement and splitting your army up. Colossus won't really let you do that, but if you can take a straight up big fight, maybe Clem's army is not built for that either. Dealing with those Colossus will be an issue for Clem also, right? So that's going to be an interesting kind of question mark deep into this game. If the Colossus can save Hero, I actually think they're going to be more of a problem than they are in aid. As Clem drops into the main base, recall already used on... that's not a lot of units, that's a bunch of sentries. As we are going to see the disruptor shots though! Bang bang! And Clem says goodbye to a bunch of his units. He does get pushed back from the main base. The recall scared him away. And he will have to reset and resettle and try and find another fight in the near future. And breathe. Because I don't think we've stopped talking for about 5 minutes. And start again. Stop breathing because Clem's back in the main base and Hero's pushing forward. First the MP lands. Colossus already hurting. Good split forward on a few Marines, but they get met by Colossus fire. Disruptors taking out their own Zealots there. Oh, the split goes wrong for Clem. He eats 1 Disruptor. He's going to eat 2 Disruptors. Clem not finding his way out of that one. The Orbital lifts. He plays the retreating game, but the High Templars could storm those SCVs. The Colossus can put some work in. The SCVs are going to turn into tanks as they are going to turn on that army. EMP hits every High Templar. Storms are taking out the equation. They will not continue. The Nexus in the main goes down. Production is falling. Hero is not exactly rich. Replacing that is going to be a struggle. Sense Tower in the front goes down as well as Hero continues to make stuff happen with his main army. Finds himself at home with some storms, with some army. Gets the cleanup. Dropper Clem goes down. 45 workers each in this game. Army supplies within 15 of each other, but Clem getting the jump on the tech units. One disruptor goes down. The other two fire, but do not land too heavily. Oliveira sieges up amongst this. The Colossus already dropping. Archons take a step up as the medevacs heal whatever they can. There's not a lot. A few Marines, a Marauder, a Ghost. However, it's enough to get rid of the Colossus. The few Stalkers trying to save the day, but the Prism falls. The Stalkers blink. A final stand perhaps, but the Clem Vikings can land to take out the Stalkers, and that will be everything of Hero. Cleaned out, gutted, and his army is now non-existent as Clem muling the forward base from afar. I'm not sure if that was intentional. Plus 2 ship weapons finishing on top of all of that as Clem wins the final scrap in this game, I think. I do not think Hero has a bounce back from that one. He does not. He types GG, and Clem is going to take a 2-0 victory in a game that was absolutely and truly ridiculous. Absolute, utter chaos here on El Dorado. It's one of those games as well where it's like, you know, one of those fights happens, it's like whatever, but like we just had fight after fight after fight that looked the same, right? Absolute, utter chaos from start to finish. And Clem is going to take a 2-0 over Hero to set us up into the grand finals. Clem versus Trap. Oh yes, it's gotten all the way to this point. Clem Trap, best of 5, grand final. I need a moment for my voice after that one. That was a bit of an epic conclusion to the game. Yeah, that is our bracket, and we will just take a moment and run a couple of ads. Guys, if you're enjoying the stream and the casting, do consider supporting. We're so close to 800 subs on Twitch. If you've got a Prime sub, do consider whacking it onto the stream. It is huge. It helps us out so much. And of course, if you're on the YouTube, like and subscribe as well. There's also all the other options to support, but do check out those ones in particular, as we will just take a moment to set up our grand final. To MBZ, thank you so much for the 6-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Anything Clem touches looks broken in Impa. That's just a ridiculous game. The problem is Hero ends up on this kind of scrappy army on a big map, and he just loses a bit too much eco to really stay in the scrappiness. And obviously Terran units are so good at scrapping. And I really think that Hero's tech towards the end, there was a moment he got 5 high template EMP. That can't happen. And also there was the Colossus just didn't really do enough. Clem's army was bulky enough just to make his way through the, which maybe is hard to make a judgment call on, but I do not think the Colossus were really it. I can understand why he built them. I think it was actually overall a... Yeah, I think overall it's not a bad idea. Just, you know, it didn't go well enough, did it? Alrighty, guys. As I'm apparently very close to the microphone, we'll take a moment, like I say, we'll let some ads play out for another 30 seconds or so, and we're going to go into our grand final Clem Trap Best of 5 series. That was a bonkers semi-final against Hero. Let's see if Clem can keep up the bonkers against Trap. I think we're going to see some more standard games here. Trap sometimes struggles early game, but he can really make it a battle mid and late, so we will see if that is the storyline on this one as we get into our first game in just a couple of moments. It's going to be Ultra Love to start us off. Again, hope everyone is feeling wonderful and fantastic today. Let's do it. Should we just jump into the grand finals? Okay then. I will not hold you guys hostage. I will just take us in game. Let's go enjoy our finals of Olimoleague 231. Top right corner of the map as we enter the grand finals of this Olimoleague. The blue Terran player from Team Liquid. It's none other than Clem. He takes on the red Protoss player in the bottom left-hand side. Came through some PvP to get here. Is he up to the challenge? It's Trap in the bottom left of Ultra Love as we get into game number 1 of this grand final. So fun to see. Clem rebounding from last week and looking great so far. Looking very good thus far. Excited to see how it goes heading into this grand final and see how he will look, because obviously he looked pretty scrappy there as well in that previous game. Rex and Refinery coming up, Gate and the Assimilator coming through, Probe is producing, and then Probe around the left-hand side comes about as well. Just having a Probe on the move for a few moments, so moving about a little bit, trying to see what's going on. Probe is journeying up to the top right-hand side again. Gateway on the way up, going to finish fairly soon. Get that up and running. Alright, SCV is going to nibble the probes a little bit. Cybercore and the Nexus continuing into play at the moment. We drop the command center down on the natural. Again, orbital command center, all building up, pylon producing, Cybercore about to be done. Our Nexus and our probe continuing into play. A factory in the main base from Clem. Hero has such a way to make games scrappy. I don't think Trap is really like that. Definitely expect a very different feel in this series going into the opening of it. As do have our Nexus is about halfway done. The Adept and the Warp Gate coming up. Command center and factory coming through. Last time they played, Trap won? That's a good question. Was that just the last time they played? Trap did win one time recently against Clem. The last time they played? Oh yeah, in the WardiTV Mondays, a round of 8 of edition number 10. Trap 2-0. Before that, it was not a pretty time for Trap. Clem 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, 2-1, 2-0, 3-0, 2-0, 2-1, 2-0, 2-1. Takes us back all the way to when Trap returned from the military, so... Recent history is not exactly great for Trap, but yes, he did win in the most recent meeting. That round of 8. That was a good series as well, actually. That's a pretty great one. I feel like Clem Trap's becoming a bit of a low-key classic, like... Because even some of those victories... I just rattled off a bunch of wins for Clem, right? But... Some of the series scorelines don't speak for themselves. There's been a lot of times where Clem gets a 2-0, but like, I mean, I think back of a game on Ghost River that they played where Trap played an excellent game. And Clem just somehow dug deep and really rallied to all the powers of Terran to win the game. Like, it was ridiculous, the fact he won that. Let me just go back to this, by the way. I don't know why I've never noticed this. Why does this look like a little, like, evil turtle? I don't know if it's a turtle necessarily, but, like, it's got some legs. Maybe not a turtle, like some kind of bugs. It looks like a Kabuto, maybe? They're in the Pokemon, the Dome Pokemon, and it's got like little eyes and little claws. Kind of looks like a terrestrial version of that. I feel like this might be more than just a black hole, guys. I think this might actually be a thing. Find out next time on Ultra Love 2. As I do have our Medevac coming down, triple Widowmine drop. It is a blink opener, so there should not be an immediate defense against this. Obviously, you can shut it down, but the Widowmines are likely going to get unloaded. The Widowmines are likely going to be able to fire at least once. Let's find out what happens. As we go 1, 2, and... Yeah, just the 2, but obviously you unburrow, you reburrow, you reposition a little bit. The goal right now is to buy as much time as possible where these probes cannot mine comfortably. He gets a Stalker, and 2 probes on the low ground is a fantastic start. He actually got a Stalker on the high ground too. Wow, 2 Stalkers, 3 workers dead in the game. And he only lost 2 of the mines, so he actually has 1 mine and the Medevac still alive. That's a really good start for Clem. I mean, usually you would say a good opening for the Terran here is you get 1 worker per Widow mine and you deny a good amount of mining time. This was great amount of mining time denied. It was 2 workers and 2 Stalkers, and a Stalker is worth a lot more than a worker. So yeah, and a Widow mine lives, so that will be a threat once again. Clem can keep that Medevac in this bottom corner, and it can come back in at any point and just threaten. So it's going to keep some units there defensively from Trap, and that makes it much more difficult for Trap to be like, hey look, I've got Blink, let's go out on the map and enjoy my upgrade. No, you can't enjoy. You got to stay at home and play defense, bro. As Trap actually plays the 2 base Templar Archives into the 3rd Nexus. So Templar Archives already coming up. I'm going to play Blink into Storm, I think. And that's a style that has definitely gained some momentum in terms of popularity in the world of StarCraft 2 more recently. So it's a thing. We'll see how well it works out here as this Observer of Trap continues to the upper right side of the map. Going to get in position and check out the main base in the next moments. Observer humps up, Observer pops down. Fire will move about in the main. We do have the Stimpack combat shield and +1 attack while building. The Storm charge coming up as well. There is a selection of Stalkers down on this bottom side, going to be hanging around. Also, let me just take a few moments as Clem, I think, is still very happy with the opening, and until his upgrades are done, there's not a lot of reason for Clem to kind of move out aggressively or to go quickly kind of head out and, you know, make something happen or force something to happen here. And we'll load up those couple medevacs units that are going to boost around the top. Storm not far from being done here on the side of Trap as charge also continues into play. Medevacs try to find a way out. The Stalkers spot it. So Stalkers see what's up. The Medevacs do not get picked off. We unload, and the Stalkers will start to get forced back. Charge now about to finish. Storm already done. And obviously Clem has to be cautious of every Storm he plays against here. Storm can be such a powerful upgrade. That's definitely going to be one thing to keep our eyes open for in this, because some Storms land and you can have a very good time. Prism has 1 High Temple and 3 Zealots. It's actually a pretty good hit squad for the main base. Storm and Mineral line, Zealots play the follow-up. Be very good. I'm down for that. I like it. Probe dies, Widowmine burrows. We will see how a High Templar moving about there. The Zealot's going to charge into this mineral line. Like I say, the Storm, once the SCVs clump up. Oh no, no, no. We pull the SCVs back in. Oh, Clem's paying attention. Very cool play from Trap. I'll talk more about it in a moment as we eat a Storm over here. We eat 2. Clem's trying to break through right now. Auto turrets to help with the DPS, and he's going to get the 3rd base. Wow. What a push from Clem. Ah, I love what Trap did, though. Just as this 3rd goes down, I guess we're not done here yet. There's a few more probes are dropping. Trying to stop the Widow Mines. We do manage to do so. Clem pulling back. He will get pushed away, but obviously taking out the 3rd's a pretty big win. Equal amount of workers lost on both sides. Clem loses a lot. Maybe Trap can counterattack. But yeah, just to quickly touch on what Trap did, he kept the High Templar, so when the SDVs return to try and help buffer for the bio units, they naturally clump up. If the Terran looks away in that moment, it's like, okay, my units are there, the SCVs are tanking, my bios fighting, let's go look elsewhere, and I'll come back to that. If you're not looking in that moment when that Storm drops, that's 15 plus dead SCVs, right? So the fact Clem was looking was a little unlucky for Trap. I love the way that he uses it, though. I thought it was actually a very cool way to try and get something out of that. As we are going to see stormy weather has been the name of the game in PvT lately, and the Storms here land very well as Trap will be able to continue aggressively into Clem's 3rd base. How much can he do? He's making up for a lost 3rd of his own. Clem is dropping the new 3rd base of Trap that's trying to rebuild. One Immortal is low. Would be nice to get rid of that. Take that out would be amazing as Clem 2 Marauders and a Marine, yeah, shoving their way through that position. SCVs are going to pull into this. The only splash damage is the Archon, so SCVs are not in too much danger as Clem does lose 17 workers overall. He's going to knock down the rocks. Not a bad idea, just to force Trap to back away for a few moments. He actually gets the cancel on this base with the Marauders, by the way. Man, that's huge. Because Trap does such a good job counterattack, and if he gets to a back to a 3rd base during this, it probably isn't that bad for him. But to lose the 3rd again, that is such a slowdown. What a detriment that Trap has to face off against now as the Stalkers get that medevac on the bottom side. Here's steel plating coming up. Zealots and a sentry morphing in. We are going to see the units moving about here from Trap a little bit. Neo steel plating is coming online. The Viking Marine Marauder is producing. Trap comes around the right as the Widow Mine. Take a couple of shots. Goodbye. We'll see you later. Refinery is going to be maybe in some trouble as the Stalkers go back and forth. Marine Marauder fighting. Viking going to find the Prism. 2 Archons inside. That Prism is low. It is going to get to the main base and get the unload. That's big. Might even protect itself as the Viking gets forced back, and the Archons are going to get into the main and They're going to go after the reactors. Zealots will warp in to chase the SCVs down, apparently, so that's going to be the goal there. Archons still trading. As SCVs come back up this ramp, you do not want to let them get hit by the Archons. That is going to be bad. Nice pickup to dodge the Widow Mine shot. Man, honestly, imagine Trap had the third base alive a little sooner again. That economy boost. Because this game, you know, it's getting scrappy and close, and with a little bit more economy back on track a little earlier, this might actually be Trap's kind of game. Maybe not Trap's game, but I think it's closer, as right now it's kind of just falling apart. It's not close enough. Damn. A fascinating game. Absolutely fascinating game as you just see the bio coming back over. Stalkers will take some shots. We will be seeing our Guardian Shield popping up. Storm comes down. Bio, Viking, Medevac going to take a few more hits. Again, just going to see the Bio, just going to spread out a little bit. So we split. Another Storm comes into place. Plus one attack coming through. The extra Marines taking damage. The Marauders continue to chase that Archon. Very nearly going down. That's another good Storm toward the Marauders. Plus one attack coming through. The Prism is on the way. The Zealots are going to charge in one more time. Continue to play the chasing game. Widowmine goes down. The Stalkers step up again. Zealots are still getting out in front. Stalkers will find another Marine. Now Zealot's going to get on the right. Trap just doesn't have the eco to really keep this going, I don't think, at this point, as the Zealots will continue through. A couple of Zealots will fall. Because of shells, ghosts, marines, medevac, widowmines all continue to produce. We bring all of that up and about. The more of that we can get on the way, the better at the moment, it would seem. Mortal and +1 coming around. The medevacs do have units inside coming around the left. Drops into the back of this main base. Probes will begin to fall. Clem is pushing the bottom side at the same time. This is going to be some of that multi-prong that's so difficult to deal with, especially when you're playing a trailing game. Especially when you're relying on storms as well. It's so difficult to get storms everywhere you need them to be. Nice effort over here from Trap, but these ghosts still have full energy as well, by the way, so they are going to have, not full energy, but enough energy to drop multiple EMPs. We snipe the High Templar. We snipe at the Zealots as they warp in as well. Not sure if that was really necessary. He could have actually just right-clicked the pylon. I guess the difference is if you right-click the pylon, as he kills the Prism there before it drops the Archon. If you right-click the pylon, it cancels the Zealots. They can try warping again elsewhere. If you actually just kill the Zealots, that's money spent by Trap that just doesn't do anything. As Clem, he's going to have reinforcements to win this game with. I mean, he's up double the supply of Trap. Armor upgrade in his favor. He retreats, reinforcements show up, and Trap is going to recognize that this first game is over. Clem takes the opening map of the finals. Crazy game. Again, pretty hectic one because Trap loses that third so early, but you bounce back from losing that third base. I really would have loved to see this game if Trap doesn't lose the third a second time. If Trap does not lose the third base the second time and he gets that back online, I'd love to see what difference that would have made and to see if that would have just been enough. I think it might have been, you know. I think it might have been enough to, not say win the game, but to be more competitive in the game, right? Is what we're talking about, so. Yeah. Alright. My friends, how are we doing? Hello. Why was Trap 30 supply behind before anything even happened in this game? I mean, he lost, like, nothing. It wasn't that nothing happened. He lost a lot of mine time and a couple of probes to, you know, a couple of probes and a couple of stalkers to the initial drop of Clem. And then he tried to play 2-base Storm into the third. It's naturally an army composition that is low supply. Because you're trying to build Stalkers and Storm. They're very gas-intensive units, so you're always going to be down on supply, plus a rough opening. I'm going to go into ley lines for map number 2. That is Trap's map pick. Loser picks after the first map. Where are we at? About 15 seconds we can start this off, guys. Don't want the ads to overlap too heavily into the start of the game as usual. That's our goal, try and avoid that a little bit. Alright, let's click the watch button, guys. Let's jump into game 2. Ley lines! Hope for some more bangers across the course of this best of 5. It's just such a pleasure watching Clem lately. You know, it's kind of funny because obviously I upload, the best matches to YouTube and what I think are the best matches, and sometimes just in terms of names as well. And I'm always like so conscious of like how much I upload of certain players, and then recently it's like, man, I feel like I'm just constantly uploading Clem games, but it's so difficult not to, because while Clem wins a lot of the time, it's not like Clem's always like super completely dominant, one-sided, like this was boring to watch. Like, I think that's why it's so fun to watch a lot of these Clem games, because while he's winning, it's still a very entertaining match while he wins. You know, he beat Hero, but that game 2 was absolutely amazing entertainment, right? He wins this game 1, but it was still scrappy, storms flying and all the rest. So yeah, it's funny because, like I said, you might think I just keep uploading Clem and stuff because it's like, well, Clem's the world champion, he's popular right now, but like, yeah, his games are just genuinely super fun to watch. It's great, great to witness. We'll be seeing a probe nibbling. Let's see if he will take a couple shots of damage. Obviously, we take a second to reset here on ley lines. Map number 2 of this series. A couple SCVs come down, chasing the probe. Maybe coming up, orbital on the way. Command center coming in. We're moving, getting adept on the way. Warp gate will start. Nexus building up as we have the factory bunker and reactor producing from Clem here. Drop that Twilight Council into position in the natural against Stalker and Warp gate on the way up currently. Best of 3, nope, it's a best of 5. We're in the grand finals here. The winner of this can be called an Olimoleague champion for the week. As we hop up and we hop down. The last weekly Olimoleague here before the monthly finals. That happens, I think, a couple days before Home Story Cup. So that will be going down as well. When I say a couple days before Home Story Cup, that's obviously pretty darn soon. When is the Olimoleague finals? I don't think it's next week. I believe it's the week after, actually. I think that is the couple days before Home Story Cup, right? Yep. 26th of November. So about 10 days from now. Thereabouts. That'll be my last stream before Home Story Cup. That's for the Reaper. We'll attempt to get away, but not manage it. Alien trying to play defense as the SCV gets chased. A few Marines are going to get there. The Adept will go down. I think I'm just going to be seeing that blink. The warp gate coming through. Robotics facility continues up as well. If SCVs get killed, at least Trap gets a little bit of something in these early stages. Not a bad way. Start. Wonder why MaxPax doesn't play here? Yeah, me too, actually. I was kind of surprised to see him still not signing up to the Olimoleague. He seems to sign up to most other events, right? So, kind of intriguing. I am 100% with you. Maybe he just has something to do on Olimoleague days. I thought maybe today, because he wasn't playing on the Tuesdays, maybe on the Saturday he'd play, but still no dice. A blink about to finish. Nexus on the way. A couple of additional probes on the way out. The Wouldn't Mind drop will be on its way. Blink is going to be done before this Wouldn't Mind drop gets here. So the difference in build orders this time is going to give you Blink before the Mind drop is there. That gives you a better chance of playing cleanup without this Mind drop doing too much. Unlike last game, Blink was not done when the Mind drop arrived, so That made a bit of a difference. The mines will burrow. So, oh, it's a little messy as we will be able to kill the mines. Obviously, you'll re-burrow here just to try and buy a little bit more time. Okay, that's messy to lose that second probe. You have the observer. I mean, we're nitpicking, right? But, like, losing the second probe just shouldn't happen because you were kind of in position. It was not the best defense for where Trap was at. I actually think there should have been a much more comfortable defense. 2 probes is really still not bad for Clem. Stalkers at the front again. Stimpack combat and +1 coming up. Temple Archives building from Trap as our bunker. Take a few more shots. We'll go down. The Marine's going to step up. Supply Depot will go down. The Raven going to be there as well. The few Marines still taking damage. Stalkers will step forward again as a couple of Stalkers will fall. The Marauder taking some shots there as well. Storm is still coming up. The additional probes are coming through. You have Marines continuing to take some hits for the moment. Grab that Marauder. Now I'm going to be having another Marauder taking some damage. Again, the Stimpack Combat Shield and +1 all coming online. Our army sitting at the front. The medevac boosts away out around to the right as well. Trap once again going into that fast storm. It's going to be done in a second. All the gateways coming online. We're about to hit that peak of the Terran player's army. The stim, the combat, and the +1 give Clem all those options. And just power on the bio. He's already setting up the medevac drop with the Marines. He will have the Raven in play to help as well. So, see what he can do. He actually finds the Observer flown over the army. It's a freebie when when you consider the fact that the Raven's there, right? So that's going to be a nice little grab as we continue to make our way over. A couple of Marines will unload. Probe goes down. We're going to turn it back onto this natural mineral line, or the main mineral line, sorry, where only one Stalker in position to begin with. We blink in aggressively. I like that. However, it means all those Stalkers out of position. One Storm, second Storm. Yeah, Storms are doing enough, I think, to clean this up. The defense in the main's looking good, and I think Trap's going to have a defense in the start of game number 2. He's not going to let this third base go down this time. He's going to protect that with his life, and it works. Nice blink as well. Set that Widow Mine off. Play cleanup. Couple of medevac's trying to get to the bottom, and just sit in that dead airspace. There's nothing to clean you out, so you can sit there and really hold that as a threat, right? That's the main thing. If you have that as a threat, that is a major plus. Well, High Templars still moving around in the center. +1 attack and charge, observer and cannon. All continuing to come around as we just see the bio still settling in. Again, Marine Marauder coming through. The few Zealots are coming across. Just gonna see the Zealots load back into the prism, move back into the main base. Get across there. A couple medevacs on the bottom side. The bio will get there. Nexus gets killed. That's a little sad. 4th base just dying. It's not an issue that you cancel the 4th base, right? But to actually let it die, lose 300 extra minerals, it's just expensive for no reason. As Clem starts to drop here, there, and everywhere. And this is where Clem hits peak potential, but that's a lift up that's going to cost him the medevac. I mean, obviously he's going to probably lose the units there otherwise. Trap is just struggling without charge. Once charge comes online, this army's so much better right now. It's almost comical how slow Concussive Shield Zealots are moving. That's almost just not funny, really, as the Stalker goes down. Widow Mine's still going on. A few more SCVs falling down as well. But we'll continue to get there. Raven's going to drop the auto turret. Should target fire the Prism. He did. It actually got out of reach. Bio gathers, Raven settling. Be a dead Raven as we actually storm on top of the bio. More Widow Mines firing through. The bio's still going to be there. Stalker's getting pushed back. Clem is trying his best. Starts keep coming back across. The army coming over as well. Just going to be having the Marine Marauder Medevac coming through. The couple Widow Mines producing. That's a nice storm again. They'll feedback on the Ghost as well. As the Stalk's coming about. Gonna step forward again. Widow Mine fires. Hits the Zealot. Marauder step away still here as we do have the rest of this army coming across. Zealot's trying to play the chasing game. Marines, Marauders, and Widow Mines taking whacks as Trap doing what he can. Would love to get rid of some of the SCVs during this. Lets the Archon lead the charge in. Gonna eat the Widow Mine shot, which will be goodbye Archon. Just don't know if Trap's really doing enough. His army supply here struggles. And the work count is even, which is typically good for a Terran. You do have the Prism coming back out the main. And Templar and a couple of Zealots. I love that High Templar and Zealot in the Prism combo. Like, you know, one and then a couple of Zealots. It seems... we saw the potential of it last game already. I'd love to see it really work out sometime as... chase down's pretty rough. And dropping the High Templar adds obviously a bit sad as well because that's just an easy target for Clem. And Trap's at sub 100 supply in this game for a second. Clem will continue to play the chasing game, and these Stalkers keep on dropping. Clem starting to look very good here in this game number 2. Prism gets back to the bottom, going to unload the Mortal. Once again, we get a couple High Templar in the Prism straight away. And we breathe, right? I mean, Trap does have 4 bases behind this, but I'd love to see him on like plus 10 more workers or so. Just really have an eco lead over the Terran player. I'm just going to come with the Widow Mine drop. How much attention is Trap paying? Enough to get out of the way in time, but he's still going to lose 2 and... Okay, it looked like it was going to be 2 and 2. Now it's 2 and 1. Just him down to the bottom. Bio is going to find a couple of warping in Zealots. Hit the pylon there, depower the battery. Kill the Prism. EMP plus the bio target is good. We air a Storm, but at the end of the world, just going to see the next on the bottom. Going to be taking some damage again, plus 2 attack, and Colossus coming about. Bio Mine continuing back over. We go back and forth. Archon going to get picked off. The Zealot gets grabbed. Stalkers and Immortals coming across too. A couple of Colossus still settling in here as another Storm drops into play. Bam Bam. Widow Mine finds a probe. Stalker's blink. Kill the Medevac. Another Widow Mine kill off or pick off here should happen. The Zealots continue up to the top. Widow Mine fires again. Is going to connect, and a couple of Zealots take some damage. Return around to finish the mine off. The rest of Clem's army still moving around the south. As again, plus 2 attack. Extended thermal lens. All continues. Hopes. And back to the middle. Stalker's moving around. Trap is holding on. I'm genuinely worried about his workers more than anything. I feel like with 10 extra workers, this game would have looked a lot better for him. Loses a Colossus here, but Clem will at least take some losses. The Stalker's able to blink and chase the Vikings down. I'm about to finish up his 2-2 upgrades against the 2-1 of Trap in the next few moments. The extended thermal lance coming in as well. Go back to the south, and Clem is going to aim for the 4th base. Wells will charge up, and the Prism goes down. Clem's so good at removing the Prism from the equation. Those are some good force fields, though. Gets the Ghosts. As, can we protect the Colossus from the Vikings? I don't think we'll save it, but we will at least get rid of most of the Vikings, which means rebuilding Colossus is genuinely on the cards here for Trap. He takes overall a very good fight. Stalker's blink, Marine Marauder taking more damage. We do have the going back the other way. The Stalker goes down. A few more Zealots come about. Plus 1 ship weapons, plus 3 attack upgrade coming through. We turn back into the center as the Prism is about to finish. Nexus on the way. Island reducing. Has Trap stayed on the map a little too long? Maybe so. 3 upgrades, Liberator and Marine Marauder all continuing out. Army of Clem heads to the bottom left-hand side, going on a push. A few more Zealots and the Colossus coming through. Zealots going to surround and kill that Marauder. Rest of them going to go after the bio as well. It's a nice catch on the Colossus as it spawns. Trap is going across the map. Going to get the robo facility here as well, so that's good shutdowns on the production structures. As we enter a base trade, Clem goes into this up about 20 army supply. Trap diving straight toward the main. There's already units here. We blink for the Liberator. That's messy because the Stalker's going to get target fired. The Zealots are going to get to work. The Marine Marauder going to be finally taking some damage. I mean, Trap has a lot of gates, but man, this does not look good for him at the start of this. He is going to start warping in. We'll continue to base trade. We'll now be able to camp production at least. TC lifts up. Stalker's going to get the Marauder. Couple Zealots go down. I mean, both sides are losing a lot of workers. That part is expected. Like I say, it's kind of about the armies that are on the map, although Trap has done a good job of being able to continue warping in. Taking Clem a little while to shut down those gateways. The Prism goes down now, though. 70, 72 army supplies. A few of those Vikings go down as well. Actually looking a lot closer than it initially seemed. At first, it seemed very good for Trap, for Clem. His supply looked really good entering the base trade, but seems to be struggling a little bit more as we come out of it. Trap is actually going to take the supply lead. Army supply in his favor. Still getting warpins off. Cannons building too. And Trap's still building off, mining off a bunch of bases and still just has a couple of gates that are putting in the work. Fire gets there. Disruptor dies. Another feedback comes in. Nice storm. Nice couple of storms. Robo Bay drops. Robo Facility. Going to be the next target. That will go down as well. Stalkers and the Archon will go through, hitting the depots. Hit the recall on that group of units. Into the bottom side we go, as we're going to be able to play cleanup in this group of units as well. Trap doing a great job of just outnumbering Clem in different places on the map, and this is going to be another big win for Trap. 64 to 36 army supply. I think Trap might have the victory here on Ley Lines. Clem is going to GG as his medevacs get caught. And Trap takes game number 2 to tie it up. Man, what a clutch from Trap, because I really did not like his position entering that base trade. Did not like that for him at all. But he is able to make it work. GG's. We're going to head into Snowpiercer here for game number 3. And kick off into this Clem's map pick now. Again, picking this map, which is very drawn apart base-wise, which is very rough for Protoss to play defense on. So I imagine that's part of the logic there. I think we can go straight into this as we kick this one off. Again, sorry guys, my voice is giving up on me a little bit. That crazy Clem hero game has zapped it a little as we head to Snowpiercer to go and play out game number 3. It's all tied up in the grand finals. In the top right, it is our red Protoss. It is Trap. In the bottom left, our blue Terran from Team Liquid is Clem. Yes, this is a best of 5 final today, guys. So we are guaranteed 4 maps now with Trap taking a game number 2. Game number 3, as we settle down, like I say, we have an interesting map for Protoss to play defense on. And so I kind of don't hate the double gateway from Trap, the proxy, to get aggressive on this map, which is probably one of the worst maps for Protoss to play on, I think, so... Well, Barracks finishes and Clem does not have a scout yet. He will keep the SCV at home to build the depot. Portal coming up, Reaper in the depot coming down, a couple more gates coming in. As we have our Zealots on the way up, Cybercore building as well. SCV in the middle, pop out, a couple of Zealots come through. And the probe heads out onto the map as well. Journey around for a few moments. Reaper gets back up and spots the gates. So now you know what's coming your way. You can prioritize the bunker. Just cancel the reactor, right? Yeah, cancel the reactor. Reactor's kind of a weak part of the wall as well, so actually canceling that is really nice to solidify the defense on the high ground. More Stalkers building, the warp gate still coming online. Battery and the probe coming about. Again, our bunker coming through. Marine still building, depot on the way. Couple of Zealots is going to get up the ramp there. Depot will protect. Stalkers continue over. Warp gate coming through. The Cyclone is on the way as well. Probe just going to pull around again. There's going to be the Stalker and the Sentry on the way about. A couple of Stalkers going to hit this Reaper, which was trying to play a little bit of spotting. Obviously, that goes down. The Probe's still there. Twilight Council now building. So Trap going to fully commit to this on one base. Oh, try to get the reactor down. With the bunker there, this is kind of fine anyways. Marines actually pop out. There's a Cyclone there too. Obviously, Cyclone not as much of a beast on the ground as it used to be, but can still fight at range, which is obviously a nice addition. Being able to have a bit of range and lock on and just slowly chip at units is still a pretty major positive. Cyclone on the way over. CC building, medevac building. Reactor done soon as we have our blink now starting from Trap. We do have the Nexus actually on the way up from the natural as well. It's just going to get that Nexus in production. And that means that we are going to see Trap eventually just expanding and try and take an advantage here. Now, Clem obviously has a second command center in his main base currently. Two more barracks behind the 1-1-1 that he's already had set up. There's a siege tank and a medevac on the way. Do not mind where this is heading for Clem currently. Cyclones and the Marines will settle on the ramp and actually come down the ramp there and lock onto the Zealot for a few moments. Stalker going to get locked onto also. There goes the Zealot. Our Sentry is actually going to get targeted down. Stalker also taking a few shots as we go. Clem's going to be able to clear the way to get to the natural. Orbital will fly across there as well, be able to get to that low ground. Trap is down a couple of workers as Clem gets his natural in position. We've seen our gateways taking a few more shots. We do have our Stalker stepping over. Siege Tank is going to hit the Stalkers a little bit. Cyclone lifts, drops, Marine goes down. We do have the blink continuing up. It's going to be getting the gateways jumped on. Just picking our way through those. The Stalker still set up in the center. Raven Stimpack coming through. The additional Marines on the way out. The Engineering Bay is on the way up, and Refinery as well. Both those gates and the pylon going to get cleaned out as well now. And a few Stalkers still sitting out the front. Gates, Robo Facility settling in. We do have our Marines in the charge continuing to come about as well. Still got the Stimpack Combat Shield +1 building from Clem. And our units collecting up. Robo Bay building, a couple of gates coming over. We do have again a Stimpack Combat Shield +1 stepping through. The Marines are going to fire onto the Stalkers a little bit. Cyclone's locking in. You're starting to see the repercussions of Trap obviously just not really doing much off the 2-gate proxy. Clem's follow-up looking good here. Trap is going to go for the blink into the main. Well, let's see what Clem does. He's going to set up the trap. He's going to set up the trap on Trap. If Trap tries to escape, there's a tank on that low ground. Trap is going to run to the corner. He's going to start taking tank fire. He blinks down into Marines and the Cyclone. Stalkers will start to drop. We're going to kill quite a few of them here. In fact, we're going to kill all but one. Ouch. He's going to fight Cyclone. He'll take a few shots. Medivac actually does get targeted down there. The Stalker's able to grab that as the bio continues to come through the center of the map. Standard Thermal Lance coming through. Charge is coming up. Cyclones lock in. One of those Cyclones goes down. The Stalker's going to get there. Let's see, a few Zealots start charging up. Cyclone drops. The Zealots continue to get chased into the natural. I mean, there's a Colossus that could save the day. I mean, the problem is Trap is trying to build a third outer location. His army supply is not there. I think this one is looking pretty cozy. I mean, the Colossus honestly does pretty well. Good force fields. Colossus lives. That's the kind of dive that can be very costly to Clem. He does find his way to the Colossus anyways. The Trap will just GG. You kind of need that Colossus to find absolutely insane value to be okay in this, and obviously they did not really find insane value. And so GG is called, and we are going to go to a 2-1 lead for Clem, as he is a map away from taking down the Olimoleague, as we go to Amygdala. Not really the same as Olimoleague at all. It's got the same amount of syllables, though. So yeah, we're going to get into Amygdala for map number 4. As Clem has a chance to give us our final game of the day. If he can get a win on this, we will find out. Alright guys, just jump into game number 4. Let's do it. Clem Trap on Amygdala coming up. Played a couple of games on this new patch and maps. You like most of the changes, but you feel lost. All your builds are off. Yeah, I mean, it's crazy how little things can have such an impact on your builds. Especially depending on what race you play as well. It can have a massive impact on some of the changes we've seen. Many casters pronounce Amygdala incorrectly. Glad Wardy's not one of them. How do the other casters pronounce? I can already imagine. I bet Demu hasn't even tried to pronounce it yet, but I bet Demu does something like Amygdala, Amygdala, or Amygdala. Or like probably something assuming like Amy G. Dela. It's always Ben with the absolute. Like, how do you even get to that pronunciation of the map name, you know? Stress on Amygdala, or Amygdala, or Amygdala. I don't even know how to say it differently. Amygdala. Yeah. Can't wait for Fear Dragon to purposefully pronounce this map. Amygdala. Rax finishes, Marine on the way, Orbital coming through. When does the new patch kick in? We do not know. Honestly, every day that passes by really should be kind of patch time. We are at the point where we've had enough testing on this. No one's going to make more changes. Put it live already, please. Somebody. Push the button, put it to the live servers. It should be ready, we should be good. Deved on the way out, chrono boosting here. That plays the Reaper wall off on this location. That's the Reaper wall off. I mean, it's a wild map for actually. Wait, is this the position where this is not the Reaper wall off again? Wait, did he do this again? This isn't the you can't Reaper jump here. Wait, didn't Trap do this last time where he walled the area that you can't jump up on the Reaper? Those are the Reaper jump up spots. They're indicated. Isn't this the second time this has happened? Am I crazy? No, he definitely can't jump up there. Yeah. Was it Trap that did this last time? I don't know if it was even this map, but I feel like it was Trap. And I remember I said something along the lines of, and this is why we can't trust Protoss players to test new maps and give us good feedback. Oh my goodness. As this Adept goes down, Trap is actually going to be in issues here. He's going to lose one Adept, and the second's going to take a beat, and Reaper will have the speed to keep up and keep shooting. It wasn't this map, but it was also Trap. Yeah, right, it was definitely Trap. Oh my god, Trap, buddy. Talk to Gemini for a couple of minutes. Gemini, isn't Gemini the guy that makes all the Reaper wall-offs for Protoss and stuff? For the new maps every time? Isn't he the guy that posts that to All Things Protoss? Isn't he meant to be Trap's #1 fan? Gemini, maybe we should actually teach Trap how to wall off the right parts of the main base, you know? God damn it. Trap's such a god, he's so good. Constantly fails to wall off the correct area of the map. Alright, we do have a Blink upgrade Chrono Boost, and as we do see the triple mine drop from Clem going to load up and begin to move across here on Amygdala. And a couple of Adepts still lurking and lingering around the bottom side. Stalker's going to intercept this though. Really nice positioning. Let's just turn the medevac away. Blink coming up, the rope facility coming through. The Marines are going to be there to pick away at those Adepts. We're going to get one, we're going to get two, so both Adepts go down. Again, Blink continuing through. The Nexus is producing for the moment. Turbine does get here. One probe does fall initially. In the main base, going to get one more probe. That wouldn't mind reburrows. I think the medevac actually is going to get there to get the cleanup. Unfortunately, there's not enough space there, so the medevac goes down anyways, so that's going to be that. 2 probes, so 3 mines and a medevac. This is a better defensive trap than what we've seen in the previous games. We do have the charge upgrade building and the bunker coming up, barracks engineering bay coming through as well. A couple more depots on the way out, siege tank, Marine Marauder, Stimpack, all continuing through for no moments. Stalkers, as the Raven nearly gets the pick off on the Observer there. We are going to blink in the main double siege tank, but there's no support for the tank, so we actually are going to get rid of both. Still going to come at a little bit of a cost, though. The bio unit's chasing in, the Stalker's getting hunted, Raven just about turning around and backing away during that as well. Back combat shield. Alright, +1 all on the way. Of course, that trio of Terran upgrades, we know how terrifying they can be for Protoss. We wait for those to kick in. As that will be Clem's major move here. Trap gonna play the Robobay. He's obviously been a very storm-friendly player so far in this series, but gonna go straight to the Colossus on this one. A little bit of a different approach as we get that set up. Raven comes around the right-hand side. Again, charge on the way. The Observer about to pop. Zealot coming through as well. It's going to be seeing the Auditor dropping down. A couple of probes taking damage. There's going to be a couple of workers going down there against Impact Combat Shield +1 finishing soon, and we'll see if Clem will take a stance on the map or not. Here in this Olimoleague finale. Medevacs come out. We are going to see extended thermal lance and the Colossus building up currently. Forge coming up as well. It's a nice scan across the natural as he is going to not get the Observer. Has to stim to grab it. That's funny. He missed it. That's like my level of scan. Only I wouldn't have thought to stim to chase it down. I would have just lost her. Well, you know what? I would have stimmed to chase it down, but I still wouldn't have killed it. I would have thought of it too late, so then it gets out of reach. I have to drop a second scan. Yeah. So it still wasn't quite my level of observer clearing, as we do lose one zealot here. And Prism taking damage is actually low, getting cornered. Should just be out. A few more shots to bring it lower, but yeah, Trap is going to escape away with the Warp Prism for now. So the Warp Prism gets out of there. It's going to even recall back to the other side of the map, so it's going to get out of there very comfortably in the end. Plus one attack, Thermal Lance all building, the Observer coming through. The Nexus coming in, our Zealot is on the Watchtower. He's going to fight a Marine and a Widow Mine. Supply-wise, Clem up 30 army supply already, as Trap is on his way into this setup with Charge, Blink, 8 Colossus. Thermal Lance not ready yet. Not sure if Trap can really make something happen at the frontier, but let's see. It's just one Colossus, as Clem already has some units going across the other direction. Hallucination trying to pop some of the Widow Mines. There's the second Colossus. Thermal Lance finishing, and Clem does not have a good enough answer to the Colossus right now. Loses a bunch of SCVs. Third in trouble, however, the third in trouble for Trap as well. Can he get rid of the orbital? I don't think so. He's going to blink for it. Actually, maybe he will. I expected Clem to show up with some SCVs from the main base, but Trap gets the third. Fire unit's now going to turn onto that Nexus. It will take a lot of shots. Plus one attack, Colossus, Dark Shrine, all still building through as well. Command Center, Viking, Marines, Marauders, plus one armor coming about. The auto turret's trying to get the battery in the natural. Will kill that off. Obviously, the third base of Trap died too, so both players lose a third, but Trap already has a fourth base finishing in the front. That's a gold base also. No! The Colossus at like 100% is going to get stopped. The pylon depowers. That Colossus does not pop. Unfortunate, as the Dark Shrine coming online here from Trap as well. Definitely something to help him into the next stage of the game. We'll see if it's going to be good enough. This one armor coming through. Again, a couple more pylons on the way up. The batteries are on the way. Two medevacs in the top left from Clem are going to keep on moving around as our Zealot Stalk will clean up these rocks. Rocks will fall. Going to be seeing a Prism loading up on the bottom side. Again, medevacs and the Viking chilling out right there. Just chilling. There's the auto turret dropping in. Couple of probes getting picked for the moment. Another auto turret drops down. Mine will get cleaned up. The Zealot able to get that grab. Again, the medevacs and the Viking continuing through. Couple of DTs still building. The Disruptor, Shadow Stride, and +2 attack building as well. Bio Viking medevac gathering on the bottom. Prism back into the main. A few Zealots are going to launch. They're going to jump onto those SCVs. Going back onto the missile turret. Zealots are going to go and get a grab. Missile turret will fall. Fire can continue to gather up. A couple of Vikings come through. And Shadow Strike coming about. The Vikings get there. The Prism drops. And a couple of Disruptors still coming about. Dark Templar popping. The Zealot Stalkers on the way through. Still coming out. We're just going to go knock ourselves down a set of rocks in the center, so the rocks will fall. Fire going to get there. DT gets picked off. Go back to the upper right-hand side as Vikings and bio units going to make a play. Rocks will get knocked away. The Colossus is able to fly through that. We actually get behind the gold base, and a few of those probes are going down. Again, as the rocks fall, we're going to see the Zealot Stalk Colossus trying to go for the other rocks as well. Clem turns back around, going to find a DT on the left side, so that gets picked. The Raven, obviously, good detection. Clem is, at the end of the day, the one who's just recovered better out of that whole third base trade scenario. Let's see how the fight goes, though, from Trap. The Disruptor's just aren't close enough. Great anti-armor missile. The Viking count is huge as well. I love that Disruptor does kind of heat a Seeker missile onto the Ghosts. But yeah, the Colossus go down. The Vikings can land and do bonus damage. I've seen a fight like this before. It was actually, I think Clem's down was a ridiculous fight in a very similar place. That started off with Clem getting stoned was the difference on that one. But yeah, this was Clem just taking a fight in a pretty good position. Obviously, the Vikings are really doing a lot of work. And Trap, unfortunately, is going to lose so much there. It looks as though Clem is going to have this tournament, as we are going to chase the Disruptors aggressively. The one that connects isn't that big of a shot, and 2 of them die. Trap will try and hold on. Obviously, this is a last-ditch effort. That's a Disruptor that might do some work. That's good. That's going to hold on to this game for Trap, maybe. Is it? I mean, look, that's how necessary it was, because even then, Clem is still pressing through. Sentry warps in, got an energy overcharge while warping in. I didn't know you could do that while it was still warping in, actually. That's wild. As Clem pulls back behind the force fields. Reinforcements just streaming across the map, wandering across. Gets the Disruptor up on this high ground, so another big tech unit goes down. The production tab was empty for Trap for a moment. Kind of tells you where this game is at. As Clem progresses his upgrades, improves his position. As the bio gets around the right side, as the game +1 ship weapons will finish soon. Marines also coming out. Medevac producing in. Medevacs continue to do the healing game. See the bio and jump onto the pylon there. So a couple of pylons go down already. We'll get a probe over in the corner. There's going to be another pylon getting picked up. Stalkers get chased. Going to stem back up to the high ground. The battery take a few more shots as well. That will go down. Pylon still taking damage. Plus their attack continues to build through. Marine Marauder coming in. The refineries are coming up. Fire will fire up onto a few more of those zealots. A little bit more damage being dealt as Trap is just down in supply. And of course at this point, Clem just constantly producing off the 4-base economy. It is only 55 workers for Clem, but obviously then Trap only has 49. And Clem has mules on his side as well. And that's why it's so nice for him. He starts to build up a Viking count again upon seeing the Colossus, so he starts to fix one of the problems he has, which is that he doesn't have maybe the cleanest of answers to Colossus right now. Actually getting a few of his units caught. I mean, these last couple of moments have been good for Trap, some freebies given, and if there's a way for him to stick in the game, that would kind of be one of the ways you kind of stick in it, right? Clem does go across the map though, hits the pylons that are going to depower the robos. There's only an observer and a prism on the way, but they get caught up. It's going to delay further road production, obviously killing probes in the natural. Clem just punishing Trap for trying to get so much done on the left side. And just for the position Trap is in, where if he does want to get something done, it's going to be a huge commitment. He's not going to be in place defensively. I love that Clem's just going to stem up and try and kill a base. He realizes he isn't going to get it, gets the Zealot instead, just making the absolute most out of every moment here at the in this game. Observer overhead. It's going to get shot down. Another Disruptor shot flies, but will not land. The Vikings in the bio are going to step up again. Ghost goes down, continue to chase. Colossus is going to get jumped on as our bio units get all the way into the center. And I think we really do just have ourselves too much Clem. The Colossus die. The Stalkers will not hold. We see some Zealots showing up against a Marauder army. You've always got to give them a shot. But the few Marines that are kind of shielded by Marauders right now will do the damage necessary. We turn back into the Stalkers have to blink. And that is a sign of how things are going as the pylon drops, the probes are dropping, the Nexus likely remains in trouble as well. The Zealots try and charge back across. The Zealots still taking damage, Stalker still going down. GG says Trap, and Clem takes the victory 3-1 in the finals of the Olimoleague. He is your victor today. Look at us go, guys. We're like at 5-hour stream again. Like, honestly, I'm like, I won't do another round of 8. Let's make sure today's a little short. We still get to 5 hours. Apparently, I can't not make these Olimoleague replay casts 5 hours long. Apparently, that's just how it works. As our official bracket, guys, let's have a look at it one more time. In fact, I will bring up the actual official bracket as well, just to show you guys how today went. There's the beautiful Wardy version. But let me get the Wikipedia open and drag it over here. There you go. This is what it looked like today. So that's what went down across the course of this Olimoleague. It was a lot of fun. It was a fun one to cast. Again, shout out to Olimoleague for giving us the replays and allowing us to come through and cast these events. Obviously, is really nice. Really happy to have that happen. Always a good time. Always a good time. Alrighty, guys. I don't really have much else to say, do, or add on. That is just another edition of the Olimoleague. Tomorrow, we're going to be live with WardiTV November. Let me actually just bring you guys this group up. That should be updated on Wikipedia by now. It is. So this is what we're doing tomorrow, my friends, in about 14 hours and 15 minutes from now. Lemon, Hero, Clem, Ryung, and Young Yakov. It's actually a pretty fun group, right? I feel like it's a little bit of an underdog group. We got Clem and Hero as favorites, and then Ryung, Lemon, Young Yakov. I think this could be a really fun group. This could be a really fun group. Lemon versus Hero to start the day. We're actually going to do all the Lemon matches first. See if our Taiwanese Protoss can make a bit of a splash. And then we'll get into some of the Clem matches deeper on the day as well. So look forward to that, guys. And that is going to be tomorrow's stream in 14 hours and 13 minutes. So I will be here on YouTube and Twitch for that. If you did enjoy the stream today, do consider supporting the channel by subscribing, liking, following, donating, cheering, and all of the wonderful things that allows us to do all of the StarCraft 2 consistently. Support the channel, and we will continue to produce StarCraft 2 content and tournaments for you guys as well. Absolute pleasure to be here once again. Thank you to Olimoleague for making this one possible. And I will see you guys tomorrow for more StarCraft 2 action. Not going to stick around because I got to get some rest in. Tomorrow's going to be likely a big stream as well. Expecting 5 to 6 hours of StarCraft 2 tomorrow. So look forward to that. You guys have a great rest of your day. And I will see you guys next time. Set of ads on the outro. And then obviously we'll raid someone on Twitch or so. I'll see you guys later. You guys have a great rest of your day. Good night, guys. Bye. Thanks for watching.